Good evening, everybody, and welcome to the Political Pigpen. What is this now? Episode 21.97 and a half? Something like that. This is still episode 21. It's gone on way longer than I had initially intended. It was originally supposed to just be last Friday night, but then I was like, what the hell? We'll do it on a follow-up on May the 4th. And then that turned into The Fifth Awakens, and then that turned into Revenge of the 6th, but nobody showed up for Revenge of the 6th, and we had to postpone it for today. So we're having Revenge of the 6th on the 7th of May. Anyway, how is everybody doing this evening? We have Kilhoon, Kamita, and Ray Murasami returning, all of whom have been on previous episodes of this little mini-series. But we have tonight a newcomer, Argent. How are you doing this evening, Argent?
Hey, good. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. Do you want to introduce yourself? Give some plugs, because you've never been on any of the not just any of the Pigpen streams, but you haven't been on any of streams on my channel before.
Okay, sure. I'm Argent. I have my own YouTube channel. I do a pretty wide range of stuff on it. Obviously, I do political videos. I do a lot of movie, video game, anime reviews, comedy videos, kind of a wide variety of different content. I try to cover, I guess, a bit more of the pop culture stuff than some people in these circles. I guess kind of a bit like what we're doing now.
Yeah, and this is kind of a new thing. I figured because normally we cover current events or have sort of debates on hot button issues on the Pigpen, but I figured, you know what the hell? Let's actually just do something fun. Like, let's have do something pop culture related and analyze it within the realm of politics. So, and if the series turns out to be popular, I might do something like this again with, I don't know, another franchise or another movie or something, like the politics of Lord of the Rings. That could be interesting.
Or Dune, maybe, if anyone.
Or Dune. I've never read Dune, so I'm going to need to read that before we do that. But either way, thank you for coming on, Argent. And Darth Kilhoon, how are you doing this evening?
Oh, fine. Yourself?
Oh, yeah, I'm doing fine.
All right. I think I've introduced myself enough on these podcasts, so mostly just do Army videos, and that's really it right now. I'm not really branching out on too many other projects.
All right. Thank you for coming on again, Darth Kilhoon. And Kamita, how are you doing this evening? I don't hear you, Kamita. Okay, in the meantime, Ray Murasami, how are you doing this evening?
Not too bad. So I guess I'll give my introduction, which I don't have up on screen because I wasn't expecting to be going next. Right, so you can obviously follow me on Twitter at Ray Murasami. I'm an advocate of third worldism and, in general, a political commentator. I run a live stream channel called Stage 501, which has been in hiatus for a bit of a while, but it's coming back soon, so people can follow the YouTube channel preemptively and then check it out when we start actually putting up content again. Following me on Twitter will probably subject you to some of my best and worst takes, so I don't know, be aware of that. And yeah, it's good to be here.
All right, everybody. Thank you again for coming on. Tonight, we're going to be finishing up, of course, this little episode 21 series we've been doing on the politics of Star Wars, as is self-explanatory in the description of the video on the YouTube. So we're going to be starting out by finishing sort of what we started discussing last time, which was 2 nights ago. Where we were discussing various characters within the Star Wars franchise and more or less ascribing different political ideologies to them, at least within the context of modern day politics. I mean, I know it's it was a little bit tongue in cheek. Last episode was a little more low key, but it was more or less fun. And then we did get into talking about sort of the beliefs and philosophical kind of underpinnings that define those various characters. So we're going to finish off with that this evening. And then after that, we're going to do an intermission. And then we're going to move on and start discussing the sort of historical parallels to events that occurred specifically during the prequel trilogy and during the original trilogy, as well as what can we learn from, and this is going to sound hyper nerdy and cringy, but what can we learn from Star Wars with regards to politics? So that should be fun. Either way, I wanted to start out actually by talking about something that doesn't necessarily have to do with the first part of the stream, the first topic we're going to cover, which is finishing up the characters. But I wanted to just let you guys know there's some news that came in today. The Bad Batch, which is the sequel to the Clone Wars series, I have not seen it yet. I still haven't seen season 7 of the Clone Wars, and I kind of want to re-binge the entire series before I actually go and do that. But apparently there's been like some controversy, and people are mad that all of the main characters are white, which makes absolutely no sense when you consider that all of the main characters are actually not white. They are all Maori.
Wait, what?
Yeah, no, the Bad Batch.
Oh, God.
The Bad Batch follows a group of like botched clone troopers, and people online are complaining that the show is too white, and it's like, why don't you have any like diversity or people of color in the main cast? And it's like literally the entire main cast are people of color,
and they're all clones. They're all clones of each other too.
Yeah. So, did they not realize this by simply like checking the names of the cast?
I mean, no, it has nothing to do with the cast itself. It has to do with the actual characters.
It has to do with the drawings.
Remember, the clones, the guy who played Jango Fett and the clones and Boba Fett is Maori. He's from native New Zealand.
Oh,
and
right.
Like,
yes. I understand what you mean now. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's almost like it's kind of funny. It's kind of telling too that you have these people who automatically assume that these different, more obscure ethnicities, they automatically look at them and assume they're white, and it's like, isn't that kind of racist in itself?
Yeah, it is a major fail.
Yeah,
I mean, it's just the hypocrisy of these people. It's
kind of like when does everyone remember 2010? I think it was Jake Gyllenhaal was like the Prince of Persia, or something, and then there was like an outrage about how they're like whitewashing like Persians, and it's like, Persians are Caucasian. Persians are not Arab. It was like all these people were thinking that talking about how Persians are Arab. It's like, no, they're not Arab.
I remember Disney had someone did Disney princesses done as Caucasians, and they like had Jasmine and like a couple others that are technically Caucasian. They just aren't European.
Yeah, but I know Aladdin's like, is it Iran or Arabia?
I think it's Arabia.
If it's Arabia, wouldn't she be Semitic then?
I mean, well, that's a cultural.
All of this is ethno-linguistic anyway.
Yeah, but the Caucasian race, Arabs are. So what do aliens count as? Like, are Twi'leks white or?
I don't know. No, it's like I remember this was a couple of years ago. It was like New Year's Eve or something of 2018. I was wasting my morning on my phone on Twitter, and I was just replying. There was like this subset of Star Wars fans that I had just discovered, and they were like, there was this like hashtag diversity matter. It was something like that. It was like one of those. It was like one of those catchphrases that you see online, kind of like activisty, but. And so they're talking about how they want Star Wars to be more diverse, and they're talking about all these different characters. It's like, I'm so glad there's like Mexican representation with this one character, and was referring to this character as Mexican. I'm like, well, she's not Mexican. She's from this planet. And then they're saying that is racist. That's like a racist thing to say. And it's like, you're trying to erase those sort of things. And I said, that's like saying, that's what you're basically saying is the same thing as saying that Asians exist in Star Wars. And then they're like, wait, but they do. And it's like, no, they don't. There's no place called Asia in the Star Wars universe. It's like, you don't understand.
So does Ashoka count for diversity, or is she anti-diversity?
I think Star Wars is like one of the most diverse.
No, I mean,
look at all the aliens.
I mean, do the aliens count as just white people for the purposes of determining diversity?
Probably.
I mean, to these people, I'm guessing.
I feel like no one has actually thought that through. Like in a show like Star Wars, conversations about diversity are like, it's one of those things where it would be almost like purely representational in terms of like breaking the fourth wall for us to be looking at the ethnic identity of the characters. So it's almost like they're not talking about in show at that point. They're talking about casting decisions. That's what they're really talking about. But it still feels kind of strange because of the fact that in Star Wars the diversity is already present everywhere because of the fact that there are multiple freaking worlds, right? Hundreds of them.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
So it's one of those things where it can only end in tears.
But they don't think
people are
it's.
trying
But
to
they don't
do
think
kind
that
of
counts as
analysis.
real diversity because the aliens aren't real. Which I understand.
I mean,
but either way, I
aside,
mean, it's
even if
the
they
principle.
pretend. I mean, even if they pretend that is the case, and they just say, okay, well, let's talk about only Coruscant, for example. I mean, Coruscant has multiple levels of its
Well, it also
inside
used
of
to
it,
be
you
like
know.
an Earth-like planet too.
Exactly, and it has so much, so many different groups of people on it in so many different socioeconomic circumstances. I mean, you could essentially just take a camera around Coruscant, and you've already got your diversity right there, because that's the whole of planet Earth, quote unquote. The whole of planet Earth and every type of human exists there because it's Coruscant.
It's the New York of the Star Wars universe.
Pretty much.
Basically. And either way. Oh, the right cafe is commenting. He wants to come on. Yeah, I invited him, but his account apparently got banned. So we'll bring you on the right cafe here in a little bit.
Yeah, I have no problem with this either. Yeah, just invite me.
Yeah. Just want to kind of cover a couple things first, and then I'll send you an invite. Either way, so we're going to be moving on, talking about the continuing with the characters and their sort of ideological, I guess, underpinnings, what we would describe them as with reference at least to modern political ideology. Again, this is a little more tongue-in-cheek, yet at the same time it could sort of serve as the impetus for kind of serious discussion, I suppose. But either way, we will start by, hold on, let me get a graphic up. Okay. Han Solo. What do you guys think Han Solo is?
He's a free market libertarian.
I'd say that's probably self-explanatory and accurate. That's what I would have guessed he was. But
Corellia kind of reminds me a bit of America.
It is pretty much.
How so?
So from my understanding, at least in Legends, Corellia is largely agrarian, I think, actually on the surface, because they moved all their industry into orbit. But it's very...
I thought it was like cities and like urban sprawl.
I don't know. I think that's what it said in my... it's one of those things where the canon's changed a couple times, but... just Corellians are very big on like ma freedom and ma rights and stuff like that. They're just a very naturally independent people. It's a very capitalistic world. I mean, because that's where you get like a lot of. I think Corellia is one of like the three main shipbuilding companies in the galaxy.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm probably not explaining it very
there are
well,
shipyards there. It's like their main competitor are like the Kuat drive yards.
I think there's Kuat and Siner Fleet Systems, and then they're the Corellia Engineering is the third major one.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Either way, so yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Corellia outside of some of the more Old Republic stuff, and then sort of, I mean, it was briefly in the Solo movie. Which was probably one of the better movies of the past 5 years, whatever the hell that was. But yeah. So Han Solo, I agree.
I mean, to be fair to Han Solo in this case, though, I mean, just because he happens to work in a particular industry that would seem like it's a libertarianist industry, it doesn't necessarily mean he's going to hold those positions, though. Like, has anyone ever asked Han Solo what the Galactic Republic's government should look like?
I don't think he cares.
Yeah, all from his dialogue and from the Legends continuity, like in the books and stuff, I've never really seen him truly care what the government form is, as long as he has his own personal freedoms and he just makes his money and pays off his debts. So that's what I mostly see him as.
I mean, Han has a... Oh, sorry, go on.
I mean, I was going to mention, like, once he did marry Leia and start having kids, that he actually did caring been more than just himself, but that was, of course, after he had to have some responsibility in his life.
Okay, fair enough.
And then, was that
Wait,
it?
can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you.
Yes,
All
we
right.
can. Your
All right.
avatar's gone though.
I was going to say, I think the only issue I think he would care about is like being anti-slavery, since how it affected his like best friend Chewie.
True, that's fair.
Like
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the only issue I could be like, that's something he would deeply care about.
Yeah, and then I mean it's different in Legends than it is in the like new Disney canon. I mean I did kind of like how Solo and Chewbacca met in the new one. I mean it was fun. However, there was something about the original Han Solo origin story that was pretty fantastic, about just how he was supposed to transport Chewie, and then he basically was like, "No, fuck that! I'm not transporting slaves." And
I didn't even know that.
yeah, that was the
Yeah.
original backstory of how they met.
Oh,
And it's
yeah,
like
so that-
I kind of like I did kind of like, again, in Solo, how they were sort of like prisoners who were kind of stuck with each other, and they're like, okay, we need to work to get out of this. I mean, that was kind of funny, but like, I mean, it just still doesn't beat the original.
Have any of you read Death Troopers?
Oh yeah,
Yeah, it's like that's a quintessential example of just, oh yeah, we're in this together mentality. I'm gonna help you out until we get out of this shit. And I love seeing him and Chewie in the same prison barge with all those poor folks.
Did
And
you
the zombies.
guys talk about the Wookiees at all, or?
we have not actually. I don't think we
Okay,
have.
because the Wookiees are actually really based.
they're some of the best characters.
They have like I think it's like a elective monarchy where it's broken up into like aristocratic tribes across the planet. So like you get the impression looking at Wookiees that they might be like really primitive. Wookiees just like living in giant trees, because I mean, if you could live in a tree that's several kilometers high, wouldn't you? So they're actually known for being one of the smarter and more technically capable species. They just kind of like living in giant trees, which is cool.
Weren't they like genetically kind of mutated by the Rakata? And didn't the Rakata terraform Kashyyyk originally? I think that was the backstory.
Maybe, I don't know. They live several hundred years. I like Wookiees a lot. They're very like honorable. They're actually a fairly peaceful people. They just have really bad tempers.
Oh,
I
fun
actually
fact!
heard
So,
that they were one of like the richest worlds in like the galaxy. Like they were one of the richest mid-worlds.
so the Return of the Jedi was originally supposed to take place on Kashyyyk, on the planet of Kashyyyk, and the Ewoks were originally all supposed to be Wookiees, but apparently they didn't have the resources to like replicate and make a bunch of Chewbacca costumes, and so they ended up doing the Ewoks instead. I mean, that would have been pretty badass had they done the Wookiees. I mean,
I always heard that he did the Ewoks just to sell toys. That's always the rumor I heard.
really? I mean, yeah, that was they probably just ended up going with that eventually anyway. So, oh, the Right Cafe is here. How are you doing, Right Cafe? He's probably working on the sound. Either way, so Wookiees, you're talking about, they sort of are they like a tribal kind of monarchy? Because I remember the first Knights of the Old Republic game kind of goes into how it works. Like it's sort of, I guess, hereditary, yet somebody can come up and challenge.
I think it's an elected monarch. I think it's a bit like Naboo, where the nobility elect a king.
Okay,
from
but more on a
amongst the
tribal
ranks.
basis, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm here. Yeah. All right.
Okay, good. Thanks for coming. Either way, yeah. So, but I remember in the first Knights of the Old Republic game, when a chief like becomes shamed or something, they're banished to like the Underlands or the shadow realms or whatever they're called, and you have to like hunt down the mad Wookiee, but it turns out it's actually your Wookiee companion's father, and you can lead a revolution against the evil Wookiee leader, and it's like trial by combat is what decides more or less who's going to lead the Wookiees.
So they're basically like Death
in that
Watch.
period. So I guess that's it for the Wookiees. We will next go on to this one. Actually, was came as a request that we talk about them, and I can't believe that I almost forgot about them. But the Jabba the Hutt, or just the Hutts in general, we established that it's basically like a mafia state, just the Hutt cartel as a whole. After the fall of the Hutt Empire, of course. But Jabba the Hutt, what are Jabba the Hutt's political?
Sorry, just coming into this, did you talk much about the Hutt Empire?
We briefly did, maybe about 5 minutes on it. And
we said it was Space Sicily.
Yeah, no, Nal Hutta is Sicily, and then Nar Shaddaa is like Naples.
Did you talk about the Hutt Jedi?
Oh no, we didn't. That's a funny piece of the lore, though.
There was one Hutt Jedi who used the Force to keep himself in shape, so his whole body was muscle instead of fat.
He was like Kingpin.
Yeah, the Hutts were initially a warrior race. I don't know if someone wants to pull it up. There's like pictures of them wearing armor and shit, and they'd ride around on like floating platforms.
Yeah, when they actually went to the gym and they were gym bros before they turned into soy boys.
Have any of you guys played like Jack
Wall-E?
Daxter?
They used to be in shape, and then they just like got lazy, and now they're all fat, and they just like.
They were apparently terrifying, like when they wore armor and used axes and stuff, because Hutts are almost impossible to kill.
Are they really? I mean, Princess Leia seemed like she did it.
Well,
not easily, but
I mean, that's kind of plot control. I mean, look at it; it's a giant slug. What are you gonna like? The organs are very protected.
Yeah, I've also
just put salt on it.
This is a bit obscure, but I do believe Hutts actually will eat their opponents in self-defense if they have the ability to.
If they have the ability,
or like if they're in a position to do so, they'll actually unironically do that.
Yeah, and like if you played the Sator games, like you can see how big the Hutts get from the Rise of the Hutt cartel arc. So
I love that Hutt scientist.
Kind of something interesting about Hutts from like a political standpoint. So all Hutts are hermaphrodites, because they're slugs.
At least in Legends. I heard they changed that.
Oh, they changed that?
Yeah, apparently they did.
So they made them not gender fluid anymore?
They got rid of some diversity there.
Got rid of hashtag representation matters.
Yeah, because in Legends they just picked a personality. They picked a pronoun depending on their personality, male or female, and just chose to use that.
Well, I don't think in their native tongue they have like that many pronouns, so they kind of had to adopt pronouns when Galactic Basic was introduced.
Right. Well, because they're hermaphrodites.
Yeah.
Yep. So Jabba the Hutt specifically, though, what would Jabba the Hutt fall in? I don't think you could really describe him as really particularly political. I mean, he's basically just like a crime lord who sort of has this hegemonic control over like certain.
He's an autocrat.
That's incorrect, though. Because of that,
like a sultan.
He's precisely an ANCAP, or he would.
He's a warlord, basically.
Yeah, because I mean, he wouldn't want limitations on the scope of what he's capable of doing, right? So obviously, he would support weaker forms of government rather than stronger ones, in the exception of where he can buy his way into a stronger government.
Wait,
what was his position on the Empire? Because I know he cooperated with the Republic because they gave him money, and he traded. He was like he was like a sometimes ally of the Republic, but they never really talk about his relationship with the Empire.
The Empire, both the Empire and the Republic never really did much of Hutt space. Like, basically, it just sort of, I mean, I know Tatooine isn't in Hutt space, although de facto is, but, it's sort of like, it's kind of a useless shithole that's not worth, like, occupying, if you know what I mean? Like, the cost of occupying it far outweigh the amount of money you're going to get from it.
Plus, if the Imperials like really need to do something on Tatooine, they could just send like a force and they could subjugate it and then just leave.
Did you guys do?
No need for like an occupation.
Exactly, and they wouldn't need to ask the Hutts either whether they were allowed to show up or not. Because what are the Hutts gonna do? Glare at them?
Actually, in Episode 4, Vader did have to like formally seek permission, but he really informally just sent troops down. Exactly. And the Hutts were like, and he just gave them, he paid the Hutts to have his troops down there.
That just seems so weird. It's just
Apparently-
like, the Empire, like paying someone off to like.
So I'm reading about his early life on the Wikipedia, and apparently he how do I put this? He established that monastery base, you know, the base with those headless monks.
Oh,
All the way
I
back
hate
in
that
around
story.
516 BBY when the Republic wasn't all that corrupt.
During the quote unquote High Republic, as they call it now.
I still don't
God.
understand why they're trying to do that era. That era is like just there's nothing
Boring.
going on in it.
It's
Do the new
boring.
Sith Wars. Do the new
There's
Sith
no reason. There's absolutely no reason. Like, why? I mean, that's the reason why that wasn't even covered, particularly in Legends. I mean, they had the Stark Hyperspace War, and that was it. But that was like
Now, if they did a
an
series
I Jedi, I think.
two Sith Lords, that would be based, but they're not going to do that.
I'd like one during the Dark Age of the Republic when you had like Jedi Lords and stuff like that.
When they all became
Yeah.
Supreme Chancellor. Yeah, we
Yes.
talked about that.
And have we done Lord Khan yet, or as I like to call them, the Ancoms, or there's a meme on the Deep Core that sort of makes a Lord Khan to be sort of like an Ancom, just because of the fact that he was kind of a faggot. You tried to sort of introduce equality in the set.
Hey, no using.
Okay,
such words.
my bad.
Gamer words.
The game word, but he, you know, Lord Khan, unironically, if we hadn't covered him, would probably be like in the lib left here, honestly.
He kind of reminds me of like a
Well, for a
Rousseau.
Sith.
He's like a Rousseau Sith Lord.
No, I think
I think he's more pragmatic, to be honest.
I think the Brotherhood of
No,
Darkness is more like how do you pronounce it in Poland? The Striza, where they had this system where all the nobles, where all the nobles were theoretically equal to each other.
Obviously, you had a really strong, headstrong monarch at the front. The thing about the Brotherhood,
the monarchs weren't very strong in Poland, Lithuania.
Yeah, I know, but obviously, you had to have someone who was stronger than anyone else, even if it was not that substantial.
The King of Poland was mostly just a unifying figure amongst the nobility. So,
yeah, well, the thing about the Brotherhood is that Khan was before he became a Sith was a very charismatic and tactically brilliant person. So when he dies, it just all falls apart, and the Sith go back to sort of how they used to be.
He was, from what I remember, he wasn't actually born into the Sith.
No, he was a Jedi.
He was a Jedi, and then he just managed to kind of just go, and he just took over.
So he just took what his Jedi knowledge and tried to apply that to like a Sith Empire in a way, right?
Yeah.
essentially.
I mean, the Brotherhood of Darkness worked. Like, they would have won the war if Bane hadn't have sabotaged them at the last minute. I mean, it functioned better than, like, some of the other incarnations of the Sith.
Well, it probably would have happened like Afghanistan, where it's just like once you get rid of like the main enemy, the Jedi, they were fighting.
Isn't it a pattern where the Sith are like the cusp of victory, then due to some sudden betrayal, they just don't make it?
Yeah.
Like when the Sith sacked Coruscant, they're theoretically in a position to annex the Republic during the Great Galactic War, but then the peace treaty gets signed that prevents them from finishing the job.
Well, no, the peace treaty was coordinated because Darth Barris, I know, he was the one who kind of orchestrated it. The whole point of capturing Coruscant is they set up the peace talks beforehand, and because they kind of feigned that they wanted peace. And then they took Coruscant and held Coruscant hostage, and that basically gave them leverage to get the better side of the deal during the peace treaty. And then that's what seeded them like 2/3 of the galaxy. And remember in episode 3 when Palpatine's like, once more the Sith will rule the galaxy, and he's talking about sort of the great Sith golden age. He's referring to the Cold War period in the Old Republic.
Was the Empire really overextended when they were seeking peace?
At the time they were.
They were just at a stalemate, really.
Well, they were kind of overextended because they were fighting all these pitched battles and a lot of these very grueling campaigns while having to occupy all these newly acquired territories. So yes, they were kind of overextended.
Yeah, or we're talking about the new Sith Wars, right? Or we're talking about
the Sator era.
We were briefly talking about the
Sator era.
Is that the Great Galactic War?
That was the great. Yeah.
I'm not. I mean, one thing I don't get is that the Sith Empire and in like, the true Sith when they were in hiding, they didn't even have like 1% of the population of the Galactic Republic, and somehow were able to contend with them.
That's because of they're all most of them were Force sensitives.
Sith are, I think, I think it's canon. Sith are significantly stronger than Jedi, but the dark side burns them out, if that makes sense. They're like meth addicts.
Yes, sort of.
Yeah.
Although I will say, the strongest Force user who wasn't Abeloth was not a Sith. Although in the general trend, the Sith are stronger than Jedi.
Well, yeah, Luke
I'd
Skywalker
say-
is pretty hard to beat.
I'd say other than Abeloth, I would say probably the strongest Sith was probably Darth Vitiate. Like everyone says Palpatine, and maybe Palpatine in the EU because of like his Force Storm thing. Like,
I
I still
actually
say
think that
Vitiate
I
beats
actually
him in
think
the
that
EU.
I think Darth Kaitis is pretty underrated. He's basically what Anakin would have become had he had more obscure teachers and had not gotten his arms chopped off.
Yeah, but Darth Kaitis wasn't given his time in the sun, like a whole lot of time to develop his powers, so we don't know where he would have ended up.
Well, he knew how to like flow walk, which is sort of like a semi version of time travel.
Well, I think there's like a difference between power versus who would beat who.
Yeah,
Because I mean, in terms of like feats, Vitiate's probably number one, but Palpatine would probably outsmart him or have some sort of skill.
Well, the main issue
specific
is like
situation.
power scaling. Like for instance, Dark Empire Luke beat Dark Empire Sidious, and like Fate of the Jedi, and like later on Luke gets even more and more powerful as sort of the novels go on. But then Darth Kaitis, he's sort of contending with Luke. So I guess by that argument, maybe you could say that he contended with Sidious. I mean, he knew a lot of he knew how to teleport, he using like some ancient technique from some monks. He knew the time travel, and there's technically no limit to what you can do with it.
Isn't Crate like in top 5 strongest Sith? Of
Definitely, he's up there.
Oh,
Especially, well, but that is after he gets rid of that parasite armor that he sort of wears.
Like one of the problems is you have people like Nadar Sadao who can like blow up suns, but that's with like a ritual that takes a long period.
Yes, that's actually what I wanted to get to in a second, because like if you put Palpatine and Vitiate against each other, without a doubt, two of the most powerful Sith Lords. Palpatine's power is more like in the moment, sort of like he could like conjure something up, like a Force Storm, for instance, and that causes like destruction in the moment. Whereas Vitiate, he's more based on like rituals and sort of ancient esoteric knowledge. And if he plays the long game, and if he plays the long game and ultimately ends up staging these rituals, which kind of require all these things, those are more powerful in the long run than
if he's
Palpatine,
if he's actively fighting Sidious in lightsaber combat.
Sidious would win. Sidious would win if they were actively fighting.
Now, if you're looking for the Sith Lord, you can take the most physical punishment. Kaitis does it by far. When he was for instance, when he was 16 or 17, he got captured by the Vong and was tortured for what the Embrace of Pain is?
yeah.
It's a Yuuzhan Vong torture device, and it's so painful that the average person passes out and dies within minutes. He was able to survive and thrive in it for about like months at a time, using like pain techniques taught to him by this fallen Jedi named Vergir. And it gets to the point where Jason Solo loses his arm, gets burn marks, gets stabbed in the back with broken needles, and also sort of gets, I believe, electrocuted, and he still keeps on fighting.
So is Luke canonically the strongest Jedi of all time?
Yes, and
Even
Jason,
more than Anakin?
yes.
Well, no. Now it's Rey, because she's the bestest ever.
Oh
guys.
yes, because
She's the
she
best.
inherited all the Force
She is
from
all
all
the
the previous
Jedi.
Jedi.
Oh my
Yeah.
Because that
god.
makes sense.
What
totally.
did Anakin have the most potential? and
Well,
he just
no.
never
George Lucas
achieved
specifically
it?
said Luke and Anakin's potential was equal.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. I didn't realize that.
But because Luke didn't beat,
I
because
still think full potential Grandmaster Luke would beat Anakin even in his full potential, simply because of the fact that his mindset is a lot better. Like Anakin had a rough childhood. He was sort of impatient and arrogant, and
he also didn't like sand, whereas Luke
Luke is
didn't
sort of
like sand.
Grandmaster Luke is sort of like what Anakin would have been had he had the patience of Kenobi, along with a ton of teachers that Anakin simply couldn't have. Like Luke had, like for instance, Luke knew how to teleport because he went to like all corners of the galaxy to find these obscure monks that would teach him how to do it. The Anakin just couldn't find that esoteric knowledge.
He also didn't seek it out that much.
Well,
Yes,
Luke was also like, how old was Luke when he reached like his prime, like 40 or something?
So,
Yeah,
around
I have to
40.
go for a minute. Sorry.
So he was
Yeah.
like twice the age that Anakin was when he became Darth Vader.
Exactly. Yeah, Anakin never had the chance to reach that.
Anakin was like what, 24 when he became Darth Vader?
20, I believe it was 20. Okay, so he was 19. So it was 22.
19 was when the Clone Wars broke out.
Yes, so
And then-
22 years old.
Okay. Wow.
Now, keep in
Vader
mind,
isn't
I feel,
actually.
I feel old.
How old is Luke in A New Hope?
he's not.
18, 19.
Yeah.
Okay, so Anakin is like Darth Vader's like 40, if that.
Now, here's the thing. I personally think Luke surpasses Darth Vader. Like, obviously, in Return of the Jedi, I think Darth Vader was going easy on Luke intentionally. I mean, we can definitely agree that he was holding back somewhat. Or actually, I'd like to bring. Do you think he was holding back? I think he was.
Yes.
I believe he was.
But like Luke, for like by the time he's 29, he's only been a Jedi Knight for like maybe 7 years by that point, because he became a Jedi Knight when he was 22, and he's 29. He's able to contend with Dark Empire Sidious, who is definitely above Vader.
Definitely above regular, like young or old Sidious.
Yes, who's above Vader. So, and he's able to beat him in a lightsaber combat. So I think that's the point when Luke sort of surpassed.
Did he actually beat him, or did Sidious let him?
Okay, so
beat
the
him?
first time it was a draw. The second time Luke cut his arm off. The arm off of one of his clones.
Because I wasn't sure. It's been a while since I read it. I wasn't sure if Sidious just let him do it, like to screw with him or not.
Okay, first time so Luke lost, but didn't really suffer any major injury. Second time he cuts off Sidious's arm, although Leia is helping him sort of be concentrated with some sort of aid while in the background. But even still, considering if Sidious has been a Sith Lord for God knows how long, and has been training with all these holocrons in a library for so long, I think that's kind of that started the tumble. Where he just or snowball, where he progressively gets more and more skilled and powerful. By the time of the Yuuzhan Vong War, he's able to I believe the quote is that he was like he had 30 lightsabers at once when dealing with the Vong.
Yeah, a big problem with Star Wars, and this isn't really, it's just kind of the reality, is power levels are so varied. Like,
especially between various authors writing different books.
Like
and then you look at the Force Unleashed.
Yeah,
like that is absolutely. I mean, I know it was supposed to be over the top and ridiculous, basically Star Wars God of War on steroids. But I mean, it's canon. But I remember in the book for the Force Unleashed, it was a lot more toned down. I mean, it was the same story and everything, but it's a good book. It was a great book.
Starkiller wasn't all that powerful, actually. It's just that they had to make it as a game mechanic. That's how they.
Yeah, precisely.
But like in the book Thrawn Alliances, Anakin gets his ass kicked by like 4 Kurtosis super battle droids.
Yeah, which makes like no sense.
I'm like, why doesn't he just like force push them? And it's like that's
like
not. I don't know.
And then you see and then you see in the Clone Wars, like if you watch the Clone Wars TV show, the Jedi, yeah, they're powerful, but they don't seem like super powerful. Like, I mean, you see them die all the time. I mean, it's easy for them to die. Whereas you see like, I'm trying to think of an example. You see like you play some of the games. I know some of it might just be game mechanics, but if you take a look at like Knights of the Old Republic or like the Old Republic, I'm trying to think of, or Tales of the Jedi comics, for instance, they're OP as hell. But I think part of that, like an in-universe explanation, Jedi were definitely more powerful in the more ancient times.
Well, like for instance,
because they were warriors.
Like Keldroma literally fight for like hours at a time before they decide to like become master and apprentice.
It was basically like Gilgamesh and Enkidu. They fought each other, and then because they could have beat each other, they're like, let's just become friends.
Yes, I believe that Exar Kun, actually, he was about to become an immortal enemy, but unfortunately, they kind of trapped him on the planet. He was basically when the Actually, have we done any characters from Tales of the Jedi yet?
We're gonna get there. I think that's what I wanted to do next. I wanted to move on to Exar Kun, but I think we've kind of gone a little bit off topic. I want to get back to Khan real quick.
Okay.
He kind of seems like sort of a, and again, I know it's not particularly useful to compare sort of Star Wars ideologies to sort of our modern conception of politics here on Earth. But I mean, it's really all we can do. I mean, we need to find equivalents. But he definitely does remind me of a sort of like Enlightenment type in a sense.
Yeah.
Like, or even like a Three Musketeer, all for one, one for all. That sort of French liberalism, with the mixture of like the sort of King Arthur chivalry.
I mean, he could also be compared to like Frederick the Great, the enlightened king of the Sith.
Yeah, well, he wasn't even a king. He was like first among equals. He was he was princeps as opposed to.
So
Pontifex.
you're saying is he was the patriarch of the Sith?
Yeah, like I said, he's princeps, not pontifex.
Even if like the title's lame, I kind of I at least thought it was an interesting idea for the Sith to do something a little different when they did the Brotherhood of Darkness. I also think that was one of the better novels.
The Darth Vader. Drew Karpyshyn is a great storyteller.
I think like that's probably my top 3, along with Darth Plagueis, and
That's a good one.
Yeah, but no, I don't know. I kind of liked Khan. I thought he was an interesting kind of take on a villain. It was, once again, it's just kind of neat to see something a little different for the Sith.
I think
interesting thing. Oh, hold on. I just want to say the interesting thing about the Sith, though, is that they're really good. They're much better than the Jedi at adapting to situations. Like the Sith Order has changed multiple times, and it sort of adapts to. It changes like according to like the times how it needs to react to the context. Like you had Naga Sadow's Sith, and then the remnants of those were purged. Then they followed the true believers into hyperspace, set up the big Sith Empire, like the main Sith Empire that you see or that was first introduced or at least alluded to in Knights of the Old Republic 2, and then we see in the MMO. And then eventually, we don't know how that fell, but that fell eventually. And then at like sometime after Darth Ruin or before Darth Ruin, I don't know. And then you get to the Brotherhood of Darkness, which sort of like reorganized, I guess, sort of the crumbling Sith Empire, and it's really revitalized it. But
then you have the Baneite Sith, and
the Rule of Two. And the Rule of Two isn't even really, I don't see as like the ideal sort of Sith structure. It was just like what they needed to do at the time after the Republic victory, and then plus a lot of it was Bane's arrogance. I honestly
think that if Darth Bane was smart, he would have usurped the title of Dark Lord after the Republic was destroyed.
Yeah,
I don't know why he sort of sabotaged it when they were on the cusp of victory.
I think
it was kind of impulsive.
That taking over the Republic from within would be the best way to recreate the Sith in his true image. I think that was the grand plan.
I think Bane, ironically enough, is an idealist, and
of course,
achieving his destroying the Republic isn't really the primary goal. It's to ensure the Sith ideology reaches its highest state.
Correct. I've always seen it as a kind of, prefiguring the social order you want to see. So, for example, from Bane's perspective, it would be useless to actually win if you win the wrong way. The kind of skills you have to cultivate and the kind of activities you have to engage in order to take over the Republic from the inside cultivates the exact kind of mentality that Bane would want you to have.
But I mean, with Bane, I always find it interesting that he knowingly basically set himself, sacrificed himself, in the sense that he knowingly trained Zana, knowing that she was going to kill him.
Exactly, yeah.
And
so I don't think that it was cynical. It was done quite idealistically.
No, but given the Sith ideology, it's interesting. I find it funny how he pursued immortality because he was worried Zana wasn't strong enough to kill him. That was his.
She was just gonna wait for him to become a decrepit old man before just stabbing him.
It just on immortality in general, it is really interesting to see sort of the difference between sort of the Jedi and the Sith. Like the Jedi, they'll become like one with the Force or become Force ghosts, whereas really, I think it was canon established it where the only way really the Sith can preserve their essence is through like rituals and stuff, or tying their spirits to some kind of object or something, because they sort of lack the knowledge to, or there's something about the dark side, like the dark side's so corrupted that they're unable to become one with the Force in the same way, at least that the Jedi can be. And it's kind of like the, oh god, I'm trying to think of who it was. Hold on a second. Who was it? Trying to think of who it was, but there was a philosopher. It wasn't Gene Gebser. You talked about the concept of death accepting versus death embracing. Sort of, you have. Oh, here we go. This was Borkenau. It was Borkenau. Franz Borkenau talked about how there's death acceptance versus death embracing, whereas a culture that is death embracing sort of looks to the future and sort of values the concept of an afterlife, and sort of and like cultures that are death embracing are generally the ones with like the big funerary cults. You see that like with ancient Egypt and stuff like that. But then you have death accepting, which is basically like, okay, make the best of what's on in the world right now. There's either no afterlife, or the afterlife is just this really shitty place where you're like some shade down in Sheol or whatever. So that would be like the Sumerians and the ancient Jews. Especially you see that in the Epic of Gilgamesh. It's about making a name for himself and trying to establish a legacy so that he'll be remembered in the future. And that's exactly what, like, for instance, Genesis 11, it's also about humanity trying to make a name for itself. Literally, that is one of the lines. I mean, I'm sure you guys are all familiar with Genesis 11, right? The ziggurat.
That's the Tower of Babel.
Yeah, where they try to build the
Yeah.
ziggurat. Yeah.
Isn't that literally where we shall make a name for ourselves comes from?
Yeah, and then what's interesting, I think there definitely is a link between Genesis 11 and the Epic of Gilgamesh, because they have the same themes. And then Epic of Gilgamesh, there is like this constantly repeated line. It's not exactly the same as it is there, but basically he always talks about making a name for himself. And so I think that really just describes like the ancient Sumerian mindset in general. That's, I don't know, I love all these ancient myths and religious texts, but I think you can, anyway, back to the death accepting versus death embracing. I think you can kind of see that with the Sith being sort of this more death accepting, understanding that like it is like it's their job to prolong their life, and or at least use artificial means to preserve their spirit. Whereas the Jedi, they'll become one with the Force, and they'll sort of embrace the concept of death, which is like, for instance, why Obi-Wan was just like, okay, Darth Vader, kill me, I'll become more powerful than you'll ever met. Like, I don't know. I think that's kind of a.
I also think that
that's sort of how I see the difference between the Sith and the Jedi.
I think that George Lucas was also trying to write in the usual paradox there as well, which is that by choosing to let go, Obi-Wan essentially embraces a form of immortality that the Sith were not unable, because of course the Sith could hypothetically probably get this done with some effort, but the way that the Sith go about doing it, they're unable to get the thing that they want, precisely because, ironically, they want it too much.
Yeah.
And that's why you only
want to give up their lives end up gaining it, and those who do not want to give it up end up not being able to get it.
Yeah, and that's why you only see a handful of Sith actually achieve receiving the ability of being a Force ghost, like Lord Calig and Sator is a good example of a Sith Force spirit.
Darth Revan. Well, but then again, he wasn't really.
He was in the middle. He was
whatever he needed. He was whatever he needed to be at the time.
I'd say he's just that high. He's that weird middle ground between Sith and Jedi because he couldn't be accepted by either.
He's a post Jedi. I think that's the best way. He's a post Jedi.
I'm a post Jedi. But either way, like it's very rare for Darksiders to be able to achieve it, but it is achievable if they either have a goal, if they have a more selfless desire, or either go through arcane rituals, like we've all mentioned the rituals on here. And those Sith Lords that are more obsessively possessive about becoming a ghost end up only tying themselves to like their tombs and stuff, and that's the only place that they can really occupy. And those tend to be the Sith spirits that have failed at achieving their true immortality.
They're just living in a Sheol, basically. It's just like these sort of depressing shades that just kind of linger around and mope in the tombs. But either way, so Lord Khan.
Is there any Sith who's ever achieved like essentially forced ghost scenarios similar to what we saw happen with Obi-Wan Kenobi as a Jedi?
Lord Calig.
Darth Calig.
Darth Bane do something
only
like
one,
that
basically.
in Clone Wars, or no?
No. That was just an apparition. That Sidious
Actually,
projected,
there are
I think.
several.
Oh,
I mean,
okay.
first
I
of
just wondering.
all,
Wasn't there like pet content where the son was talking to Resident Bane, or was that also just like?
No, they cut that because Lucas didn't like the idea of like Sith becoming immortal spirits. He just liked the idea of them sort of becoming like artificially attached. I mean, that's where it came from.
Let me get the
They can't
list.
achieve that.
I have a list of Sith that became Ghost. Number 1, Exar Kun. He existed for roughly 4,000 years before he was destroyed.
Oh yes,
The
of course.
Not in the same way. That he was tied to his tomb.
June
Yeah,
Sapal.
Exar Kun was tied to the
Okay,
tomb,
we have
Also
Vitiate.
tied to his tomb.
Vitiate basically wasn't really bound by any sort of body.
It was a ritual. It was just a ritual with him.
You might as well call him an entity at that point instead of a person.
Yeah.
Not really. Okay, so we have Darth Vendetu. We have Sidious, sort of. I guess you could call him an entity.
But it's
actually
different.
not really.
It's not the same way as like Obi-Wan.
Not in the same way though. Yeah.
It's like these sort of rituals. Again, it's these rituals.
It's like all I'd say is Lord Calig is like the only true Force ghost out of all of them because he could.
Oh, Darth Mar.
Oh yeah, Darth Mar.
Do you think if Plagueis wasn't killed, do you think he would? Oh wait, I was just gonna say.
Oh, he already did. Like Darth Tenebris actually possessed Plagueis using his midichlorians, but he exited his body after he realized that Plagueis would not complete the Sith Grand Plan. He had a horrible nightmare of like Vader and all that, and he got overwhelmed. Then basically exited. He exited at Plagueis's body after he died, and sort of just dissipated into the void. But there are some theories that Tenebris actually still held on to and possessed Plagueis.
Let's move on to Plagueis, actually. Hold on. I think I have a great analogy for Darth Plagueis. I think you guys are going to find funny.
He's George Soros.
George Soros, yeah. Yeah, or at least. So I'm not going to take a stance on this because like I basically see George Soros and the Koch brothers as more or less the same thing. They're basically boogeymen of like one particular side, but basically what I would say is George or Darth Plagueis is basically the right wing strawman of George Soros.
Well, I mean, the thing is, the Mune they don't really have an exact real-world parallel. I mean, you have this small group of people who deliberately control their own population numbers to ensure that the GDP per capita is high as possible, who control the galaxy's banking system and monetary supply, and fund both sides of every war. I mean,
the Rothschilds.
I mean, like, I don't know who the Mune are supposed to be.
We all know that that the Toydarians are I don't know if it was intentional. I mean, we talked about this I think on night 1 briefly, but like, were they like supposed to be a Jewish caricature?
Okay, no, Troydarians are Sephardic Jews and Munes are Ashkenazi Jews.
Interesting.
That's
Yeah,
my theory.
That's a good analogy.
And then the Moidians are China economy strong.
Yep.
George Lucas himself hasn't been asked to explain this because, yeah, it did look a little bit caricature the way they did the Toydarians.
And then weren't the Gungans Jamaicans?
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, so we have Plagueis. Actually, speaking of Gungans, this will be fun. I think we all know what's coming.
Something I found interesting about Plagueis is he's evil, but he's not like cartoonishly or sadistically evil. At least I found.
Like Savage Press, like
Oh,
just
God.
decapitating innocent people.
Okay, would you guys agree that Jar Jar's basically a Lulbert? Probably.
Yeah.
Wait, say that again?
Jar Jar's a Lulbert.
Oh yeah. Well, wait, I thought Lulberts were like libertarian people who took it too far.
Well, okay, different. Okay, so Lulbert, there are those people who call all libertarians Lulberts, but then among like libertarians, they will call those they don't like Lulberts. Like you'll have like the classical liberals who will call like Hoppians Lulberts, and then you'll have like Hoppians who will call like open borders libertarians Lulberts, and it's
So it's
I don't know.
just basically an insult.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's not a specific thing.
So Jar
Yeah.
Jar's just an insult.
Yeah, but I honestly have never been a fan of the Darth Jar Jar theory.
No,
I always thought it was ridiculous. Like I
Yeah,
thought it was a
it's-
joke.
He's got those Sith eyes though.
no, it's a joke that went way too far.
Yeah.
I still don't think Jar Jar's a complete idiot though. Like I mean, he's definitely clumsy and sort of like incompetent.
He's
But,
just
I
not
mean,
funny.
I mean, he's an okay like diplomat.
He drove his father to almost commit
Killing himself.
suicide.
Yeah, George R. Banks.
Yeah.
So, you guys want to do like XR Coon and at least the
Yeah.
people from? Okay.
Yes, put him up.
I feel like we should do some like organizations too, like talk about their political ideology.
Have
We
we
already did.
did
We
you
did.
talk
We
about-
covered that the other night mostly.
Did you
Oh,
talk about
okay.
Kraid and the One Sith?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we did. We spent a while
Yeah.
on that.
Okay, I'll have to go
I was
back.
also
and
going to
watch
say
that.
like maybe we can talk about like Death Watch.
Well,
I think
we
we
also-
kind of covered them, yeah.
We also briefly went over the Rohan Fell, but we're gonna focus on XR right now.
Yeah.
So I honestly the one thing that one impression I got from learning about XR Coon Sith is that they weren't like inherently they weren't the most ideological. I mean, I know a comic can't really sort of express intricacies of an ideology like a book can, but like I mean, it's kind of a joke, but you know, XR Coon made the double-bladed lightsaber, so maybe he has maybe he's a Lulbert because he's really into like weapons and shit, but obviously he's not. Let's see. So didn't he try? I believe he tried to get the Sith spawn that were on Yavin 4 to sort of worship him as a master and a god, and at the end when he was being when Ulick betrayed him, he sort of sacrificed all of them to turn himself into an entity using the energy that came.
He's
from
like a Babylonian king, basically.
Yes.
Like remember, like Nebuchadnezzar. But then, if you think about, and then and then there's the Bible story where there were the three sort of Jewish like magi, and they were like he was going to burn them if they didn't bow to the statue of Marduk. And what's funny is that's basically that was a VeggieTales episode.
I mean, there's multiple depictions of it, but
The Marduk. Ooh, I love the Marduk. Okay, but yeah, no. So I mean, that's basically what he is. A lot of the Sith are kind of like that. They're just they just want people to worship them. Maybe like Donald Trump too, kind of.
XR Coon make Sith great again.
Yeah. Well, was he even really a Sith? Because like he didn't really have any connection. I mean, he was a dark side.
No, he
just a dark Jedi.
did actually. So there's actually multiple lineages of the Sith. So for instance, you know Nanga Sadao? Well,
Yeah.
he failed, he fled the Yavin 4 and eventually freed on Nad, roughly.
But he wasn't a Sith either. He was just a dark Jedi. But I know he built a tomb on the jungle moon.
Well, he became Naga Sadao's apprentice.
Oh yeah, he did, didn't he? That's right.
Yes, and then he killed his master, and later on, Exarchun became the apprentice of Freedon Nad. So technically, there's a
Freedon
little
Nad's
bit there.
ghost, right?
Yes. So technically, he's a Sith, although I guess he's a bit different from the Sith of the true Sith, I guess you could say.
I guess he's closer to kind of like Darth Krayt, maybe. Sort of trying to create things from scratch.
Well,
so there's sort of
one
a little
thing
bit like Bane, too.
Kinda.
Wouldn't you just call it Dark Jedi or something?
Well, no, it was called the Brotherhood of the Sith.
So there are LARPers.
Yes, one thing that he would do is he would basically get fallen Jedi to essentially serve as sleeper agents and eventually kill their masters. The Jedi back then had a lot of satellite, like sort of plate temples. They would study. It wasn't just all in Coruscant, and more than just Dantooine, because I know in KOTOR they have a temple in Dantooine, but they were all over the place. And he was able to take advantage of it by getting Jedi who had fallen on dozens of worlds, killing their masters, because there was really no one to stop them. It was very decentralized. And eventually, I believe he allied with the Mandalorians. He killed the Mandalorian king in combat and essentially assumed control.
I don't believe that he killed the Mandalore. He subjugated Mandalore.
Oh, I'm thinking of Revan, but yeah, he did subjugate the Mandalorians, yeah.
Well, no, he subjugated Mandalore himself to get the Mandalorians on his side.
He also sort of established, I mean, it's not like official, but like Revan and Malak, Exarchun and Ulic, you notice that with a lot of the Sith of this era, there's always like two of them. And I do believe
that's really what started the precedent for the Rule of Two. Like the Rule
I do believe
of Two
Darth
is sort
Bane
of based on
explicitly
Revan.
said that Revan and Malak were the people who inspired him to make the Rule of Two.
Yeah, they didn't like create it, but they did inspire just their structure because they were the only two Dark Lords.
Do you think that kind of inspired it with the Jedi kind of inspired it too? Because that's kind of how it is, just one Jedi training one Padawan. Or that's how it is most of the time, isn't it?
Well, here's the thing. It's not just like a Jedi, and it's not just like a master and apprentice. The thing is, both Ulic Qel-Droma, Exarchun, Revan, and Malak were highly charismatic people who essentially. I know Revan definitely had advantage over Malak, but Ulic and Exarchun were essentially equals. Exar just became the senior one, just because I believe Marco Ragnos actually anointed him as the senior one. Like he put. Back then the Sith, the most prominent Sith usually worked in pairs. Not as sort of like, not because they had a sort of relationship where one was senior over the other, but because both of them were very charismatic, very strategic, very tactically minded people who could sort of go to war with the Republic just because they were able to rally people around them. Think of it as like Mark Antony and Julius Caesar.
I think part of why the Rule of Two came about, though, was because Bane hated the idea of
equality.
Dark Lords using like hordes of lesser Sith to overwhelm stronger ones. Like a Dark Lord of the Sith could send like 20 of his apprentices and go take out another Dark Lord.
No, I like the other way, where it's just like,
or apprentices teaming up together to defeat their master.
Yeah,
because it's just like they're not strong. It's just like ruled by numbers instead of like ruled by strength. You would just ally with like 20 underlings to defeat somebody who's stronger than you.
What's ironic is that Lord Khan made his ideology called Rule of the Strong. Like, rule by the strong. Instead of like, that gives off a more of a, I guess, vibe of individual strength than the Rule of Two does.
Yeah,
right?
we did talk about this sort of the ideology of the Sith. The Sith are very, very individualistic in sort of their ideal, and they sort of have embodied kind of like almost a Nietzschean will to power type way. We compared them. We basically said the Sith are basically objectivists.
I guess so, but I guess it's sort of like people who are tactical anarcho-capitalist only so they can create a decentralized society where they can rule over everybody in the power vacuum. I don't think it's not that they're sort of objectivists for the sake of, it's not like if they were in a position to not have to be in that position, they would stay in that.
Yeah, that depends. I guess.
Like, I don't think Sith would willingly choose to not have any sort of political power if it meant that they would be more in line with the dark side. There's very few Sith who don't focus on power first and foremost.
Also, if we just look at like the actual forms of government that they've created every time they've actually ascended to power, then you can always see the tactical nature of it. I mean, Darth Sidious gets into power and immediately sets about nationalizing every shipyard that exists, for example. Like, this is not the action of an objectivist.
Well, no, not. I was referring more to the Sith, like in the Old Republic era.
Okay, I mean, fair enough. I mean, even them, though. I mean, if you actually place them in charge, have they ever been known to not implement things that are let's say, not libertarian?
I mean, Darth Maul was like a constitutionalist. He was pretty principled.
He was
but he's like the exception.
He was a nationalist autocrat. I would say about him. Like
he was more of an enlightened autocrat, I'd say. He was like a Napoleon or a Frederick the Great.
Yeah, but he was never going to like make a democratic parliament ever in the Sith Empire.
I mean, he would have if there was like a need to. If he saw that it would have benefited them, I feel like he may have.
I still say he would have reluctantly, if he would have even considered it.
Also, just as a thing, since Exar Kun was mentioned earlier on as being like one of the people who was able to like get close to becoming a Force ghost, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, because obviously Wikipedia is not always correct on these issues. Wikipedia actually claims that Exar Kun was not able to complete the process because he actually got bound to Yavin 4.
That is what happened, because the Jedi found out that they couldn't like fully destroy him, so instead they decided just to lock his spirit in the temple on Yavin. And
that was later be encountered by Luke Skywalker and etc.
Yeah, and then destroyed by Luke.
On that note, let's move from Exar Kun. Let's go to. I mean, this will probably be a quick one.
Just before we go, though, I have to say, massive respect should go out to Exar Kun for everything that he accomplished, though, because when you look at a story like that, you think, I mean, people may not like him, but that is what peak performance looks like.
Okay. So everyone remember this guy? Oh God, he looks okay. This picture of Jolie Bindo looks like Jesse Lee Peterson. Amazing.
He's feeling that Force. Really feeling. He's like a Baptist choir man.
Yeah, I mean he was Jolie. I'd say he's in the green quadrants. He's like a.
Oh yeah, he's a lib left for sure.
Like, I wouldn't say not quite a hippie, but he's like a Qui-Gon. Yeah, he's basically where Qui-Gon would be.
He's Qui-Gon if Qui-Gon didn't have to answer to the council.
Yeah, and was a crazy hermit.
Wait, this is a big question. Have we done Shaggy yet?
Shaggy, like ruh-roh Shaggy.
No, the Jedi that Grievous stomped on, basically.
Oh.
I don't know. I think he's too obscure. That guy's too obscure for us to really.
Yeah, no.
You only see like 2 minutes of him, but I think he was definitely in the left liberal who would smoke weed. I think he smoked.
He smoked the Jedi weed. I feel the Force, man.
He would be that type of Jedi.
So feel the Force, man.
So who was it? Hold on. Who was I?
Can you look that guy up? Because he looks like Shaggy.
Wait, Shaggy. Should I just Google Shaggy Star Wars?
Yeah.
Shaggy Star Wars. Okay. Oh God. Yeah, you're right. Okay, we need to do this. Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, that's a good picture. Oh, definitely a pothead. Does he have a talking calf hound too?
I wished.
Okay, so next we're gonna do. So this one will be fun. I don't know if you guys are gonna get the reference. This is really kind of obscure, but don't know if you guys remember this guy. Hold on, let me get a picture. That is not a good one. That might be okay. No, God, I hate when like you can't find like good pictures and they're like really small or something. It's like the worst thing ever. Let me try one more. I'll keep
So
talking
I
about
just-
Shaggy, actually.
Dude, I love this guy. Whenever I see him, I smile.
Before you see him get crushed. Oh,
Look, I wish he had his own. I wish he had his own TV show.
Well, knowing how Disney goes, they may give him a TV show. Shaggy.
Dude, Disney would Disney would justify its ownership of Star Wars if they do that. Every
So you're
bad
saying
thing
we
they
need a
did of the
Scooby
sequels-
Doo Star Wars crossover?
Yes, I
Yes.
love that.
Okay, so Master
it's-
Rook from Knights of the Old Republic. I hear somebody has echo in the background music. Okay. Somebody's playing music. Okay.
It's
Who is that?
I don't think it's me. Yeah, there's no music for me.
Ray.
No, it is not me.
Right. I think it's right.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, so Brooke Lamar, I'd say he's a sort of social democrat, old left type guy, and he was probably head of
votes
a
for
union. at some
labor.
point. No, I'm saying that because the voice actor was of Brooke was like an outspoken democratic socialist for like years, and was head of like the Hollywood Actors Guild or something at some point.
Mhm.
What was his name? He also played Santa Claus in Elf, and he voiced the old man in Up.
Oh, I don't know who that is, but I love that movie.
Yeah, that is a good movie. No, all I remember is that actor is like a democratic socialist. So I don't know. I thought that would be kind of funny, but I guess
I don't know. I just see him voting for labor.
Edward
Yeah.
Asner, I think.
Yeah. That's his name. So we're gonna move on to now. I think this is gonna be a pretty self-explanatory one. We kind of all know. I'd say that we're moving away from sort of like Old Republic type stuff. Mon Mothma, totally, she's just a liberal.
Yeah.
I'd say she's probably
Terrorist too.
probably a center
Center
authorite.
left liberal. Center authorite? No, she's like I don't know. I'd put her in the she's like maybe center authorite, like Theresa May.
Yeah, that's why I put her there. Like she's a probably typical like Democratic Party Theresa May area.
Yeah, that sounds about right. So Theresa May, I wouldn't quite go far. I wouldn't quite go to Hillary Clinton because that's opening.
Those emails that she's sending in the Imperial Senate.
Yeah. So yeah, Mon Mothma. I don't know.
She's
I don't think
connected
that's
to a lot of deaths.
who killed. No, who killed? Who
You know,
killed
I'm actually-
Jedi Master Seth Rich?
I'm reading, so I know we went over to Fellow Empire earlier, but apparently I learned that there was a bit of racism in it.
Ooh, gotta love that.
Like, Rohan Fel apparently makes the Imperial Knights an humans-only organization after an Itaki. You know that species that has, like, the horns?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
after one of an Imperial Knight of that species becomes a Sith Lord and betrays the organization, he sort of becomes a human-centric figure. I'm assuming most of the like Imperial bureaucracy are human-centric anyway. I mean, it's less so than like the early Galactic Empire. I mean, like non-humans can serve in the military, but there still is sort of.
I think the Phil Empire is like human-centric, but not human supremacist, or
Well, it depends on what you mean by human supremacists. They probably believe humans are by far the Force's chosen people, or just believe that humans are probably the best species, but they probably don't like make non-humans second-class citizens, I don't think.
Wait, we haven't covered some of my favorite characters yet. R2D2.
Well, C-3PO is just like a
R2D2 is a
Richard.
fifth positionist.
No, I was gonna say R2D2 was a communist.
I was about to say R2D2 is like a techno-futurist or something because he's a droid.
He's a technocrat.
Oh, have you guys seen that? There's that one Star Wars. It's like a YouTube poop kind of, but it's amazing. The Auralnauts, the star or the space fight, and C-3PO is like a sociopath who like wants to take people's skin, and he wants to like accelerate to the singularity, and he's like the main villain. You guys need to watch it. That is like one of the, and it's like that. There's the scene where it's like, Master Sir, what are midichlorians? And then Qui-Gon just replies, "It's heroin." Yeah.
I mean,
although we joke about droids having like ideological positions, but I mean, we've actually seen instances in which droids have demonstrated the ability.
Hold on a second. I was
HK 47. Anybody?
Yeah, that's what I want to talk about.
his ideology is just killing.
Oh no, actually, like if you've done the content restored mod, and, like gone to the Droid Foundry, like he gives a political speech to all the other HK models.
Oh, I forget. I haven't played that enough.
So he's a social revolutionary.
He's a robo-revolutionary.
I specifically wanted to talk about HK-47 since yesterday.
Okay,
or
we'll
since
talk about
the second time.
okay, yes.
Okay, so
what is love?
Love is a Aratech sniper rifle or something. What was it? And like shooting it at like from like 300 like yards. It was something like that. It was a great quote though.
I love his quote about like the Republic Senate. It's just like I could not even. What was that line where it's like you couldn't kill everyone from that villainy or whatever?
Yeah, no, he was. It was and I remember that was like his original prime like motive. It was to assassinate senators. No, and then he was owned by a couple senators at some point, and then because they like screwed up the orders, that led to like them being killed by him. But he just doesn't like meatbags. But I think one of the best quotes, or one of the best quotes, is in the second game where he's like, where he just like mocks Bastila and Karth, and he's like, when he mocks Bastila, he's like, "Oh, Master, I love you, but I hate everything you stand for. Let's go press our slimy, mucus-covered lips together in the cargo hold." But yeah. Anyway, next we have. Hold on, I had the. So speaking of droids, this is. I think we haven't touched on this one yet. I forget what this droid's called. But this one. Remember the one from Solo? The revolutionary droid.
Exactly what I was thinking of.
Droid feminist.
I thought you were gonna say Keo or.
Not really. I didn't see that. I didn't see the feminist parallel.
I mean,
it was basically just like, "Viva la droid revolution."
Mm-hmm.
the Robespierre of the droid revolution.
It was a failed droid revolution, though. I mean, I think the whole point was for it to be kind of cringy.
I mean, I hope that was the point. I really hope, because it's such a weak plot point in the movie.
Yeah, I definitely preferred K2SO though, from Rogue One.
I mean, we all did.
Dude, he was like HK-47, but just like just not as extreme.
Okay, so my fan theory is, you guys know, I know this is a kind of the show has definitely kind of split sort of the Star Wars fandom. I personally thought it was good, not as good as Clone Wars, but Rebels, you have the astromech droid, I think it was like Chopper. My fan theory is that because the lore said that like he was damaged in a crash and something happened to his core, and then he had to get a new core put in him, and like his personality hasn't been the same ever since the accident. So in Rebels, he's a complete selfish asshole and kind of a sociopath.
He goes around 47.
No, so my theory is that it was an old HK core that was put in him.
I mean, that'd be pretty funny.
That would have been a great plot point. Like, I mean, it would work. That would work. I mean, that would.
He then becomes an assassin droid.
Yeah. So anyway, this droid, Millennium Falcon pilot droid, is just Robespierre.
Yeah, Robespierre.
I also
God.
think the directors were trying to get us to think about something that we previously hadn't thought about, which was that the idea that, like, what if these droids that have been created have actually evolved some form of consciousness that is beyond just taking and receiving orders?
And
Like,
some
for
have.
instance,
I mean, that's the difference between AI and VI, I think.
Yeah, and so I think it was done deliberately, and I think the pseudo cringe aspects were written in deliberately as well, because they wanted us to be like, what's the word for it? Looking at them and thinking to ourselves, okay, so this is like droid's first attempt at politics. So in a way, I think we were supposed to feel kind of like, I think the cringe was deliberate, but it was supposed to be not like a derisory cringe, but kind of like a, oh, they're alive kind of thing.
Next, we have everyone's favorite. This is going to be a fun one. We're going to have fun with this one.
Oh
Ooh.
God.
Oh my god.
What was it? What was it? Admiral.
Feminist?
No,
Oh.
it was Admiral Gender Studies. That's what somebody told. That was what the meme was.
Honestly, I hated her so much that I think Natasi Dalla is a better person and character than she is.
Yes.
Whoa.
I mean, I think okay. So I
Dalla was a
think
better than
Laura Dern is a good actress, but that was a terrible. She played a terrible character.
It's like, also, in any military setting, why the fuck would you be wearing a dress? Like, this bugs me as somebody in the military. Even officers will wear their
Look,
uniform.
this is Star Wars.
To be fair, Mon Mothma was kind of wearing a dress.
She
But
wasn't
she wasn't-
military.
Wait,
Yeah,
what's the point
She was a
of what,
civil servant.
Can I ask you a question? What's the point of stormtrooper armor if one bullet will put them down?
most of the time they actually are like unconscious because it knocks them out. But their armor still protects them.
Yeah,
Okay,
the
sorry.
armor is
Whenever I
protected.
saw it, I thought they died. So I'm like, that armor kind of sucks.
Yeah, in war, most of the time it's just the concussion from the blast, because it's like Kevlar, their stormtrooper armor, where it absorbs and redistributes the blast. But that blast impact just knocks them out from the sheer impact of force.
Okay, so that armor does serve a purpose. Okay.
Yeah, just imagine it like a space Kevlar.
It does some other stuff, like it blocks fragments, toxic gases. It has like climate control on the inside.
Either way, though, I think Holdo would have been a better. Like, honestly, she would have been a slightly better character if it weren't for that terrible hair.
And if she would have wore an actual uniform.
Yeah, I can get behind that.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to not place her in a uniform, because it was like she was the only officer who wasn't wearing one.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, though, like they really wasted an opportunity, and I don't think it was deliberate. I think they were just too dumb to like consider this. But her role should have just been, they should have gotten rid of the mutiny subplot, and they should have just replaced her with Admiral Akbar, because that would have been a great sacrifice.
I kind of feel like they got
Akbar was
this
on the
idea
bridge.
of having. I kind of
He
feel like
should
they
have done
got
the sacrifice,
this
but
idea
then
of having
Yeah,
her
you wouldn't want to
police
kill off
go
your
down
characters in good
constantly.
ways.
But the thing is, I saw like the arguments were like, oh no, it would have made sense if it's Akbar because Poe trusted Akbar, and but he didn't know her, and they're trying to make her set up like a villain. It's like, okay, then just get rid of that pointless mutiny subplot. And then, but then they're like, oh no, but Akbar's just a meme. Like, not everyone's really gonna know the significance of Akbar. It's like, first of all, everybody knows Admiral Akbar. I mean, they might not know his backstory, but everybody knows who he is. Very recognizable, very marketable, and then it would have made him like a much more beloved character if he would have done some kind of heroic sacrifice.
I mean, he was already beloved from the EU. He was beloved just from the "It's a Trap" in Episode 6. Like, everybody knows that. It's like,
Well, no one knows who Admiral Akbar is. Everyone knew who this person was.
yeah. Oh, everybody did.
Yeah, there are just so many. Like, I did it. I'm not even like super duper anti-sequel, with the exception of The Rise of Skywalker. However, the sequel trilogy, so many wasted opportunities. So many wasted opportunities. I'm sorry, it just makes me sad.
I just say they should have adapted the Thrawn trilogy. Like, that would have been fun.
That would have been fun, but like, I know they don't really like. I mean, they don't really like adapting their own books, though. Star Wars isn't really that kind of. Anyway, let's end with, and I think this might be an appropriate note. So we'll end with. Hold on.
Ooh, where'd Argent go?
Did he drop out?
Yeah. Oh no.
Hopefully he'll come back. May have been disconnected. Oh,
We can't get the reactionary review now.
Hold on.
Wait, we're still doing like comparing like the Star Wars to like political stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, because I got a comparison for the Jedi later.
Okay, we can do that in a second. I wanted to hear his take on the next person, but oh well, hopefully. Okay. Oh, what happened? Okay, keep talking about animal gender studies.
Oh no, are you gonna show Ray?
No, I mean, is that
okay,
even
good.
I mean, looking on Wikipedia, Amelin Holdo has like a massive backstory, none of which they actually explored in the actual.
Is her backstory
in the
any good,
actual
actually?
sequels. I guess you can say that she was Princess Organa's friend, and then there's like some
Nice.
stuff about that.
It's so they tried to do like that white-haired EU character. They tried to have her be her replacement. Forgetting. God, she was a pretty significant character in the EU. I'm forgetting her name. Ooh.
Oh, Winter.
Oh yeah, Winter. Yeah, I think if that's supposed to be the case, then Holdo apparently is supposed to be Winter's replacement, which
Not a good replacement.
Yeah, well, yeah, you can never replace a
Honestly,
character like that.
I liked Rose better than I liked Admiral Holdo. I mean, she wasn't a very.
She also has like complicated political past because she like suggested stuff within the imperial context that she thought should be done, and then they did it in a bad way, so she got upset about this.
She's a Marxist-Leninist.
Or she's like, actually, she's more of a Nira Tandon.
I don't know.
She's a Hillary Clinton.
No, just like the girl power whammon leader of the Center of American Progress.
I mean, I would compare it to a social democrat, sure. I mean,
well, no, it's not. She's not like a social. She's like a Clinton neoliberal, basically, who pretends to be like super progressive. Either way, Princess Leia.
I don't think it'd be right to say that she pretended in this case, though. Otherwise, she wouldn't have like gotten so offended by the fact that Palpatine was like removing people from a planet when she had advised that they should do something. What was it? I'll read the quote. Holdo participates in the first formal session of the Apprentice Legislature, where she introduced her colleagues to her passion for astrology and participated in a debate over whether Galactic Emperor Sheev Palpatine should charter a new Imperial Academy for Aeronautical Engineering and Design. To summarize what happened thereafter, it somehow involved mass removal of some native group from some planet.
Mass physical removal?
Yeah, and then she got like really annoyed about the fact that she had proposed an idea, but they had actually implemented it in the worst possible way. So I don't think that she was like fake in terms of like her regard for like human rights, rights of life forms in general, because that seems to be the motivating factor as to why she quit the Empire in the first place.
Oh, I didn't know she was an Imperial.
Yeah, according to her backstory, which is unfortunately not elaborated on in the sequels, she was an Imperial first before she was this.
Okay, so next we'll end with Princess Leia.
A good thing where she was a sleeper agent, like she was a formal Imperial, like she was a sleeper agent for like 30 years. I don't know. I just kind of like that.
So do you want to go over Princess Leia?
All right, Princess Leia. She has two types of politics. Like I kind of equate like how Dooku has like his planetary politics, like for his home world, but then he
constitutional monarchist.
Yeah, and then she also has her galactic politics, where if I'm just going off of old EU, she, I would say, probably a very democratic constitutional monarchist. She would probably, if she would have inherited the queen title, she probably would have done like a Queen Elizabeth hands-off approach and just let a democratic parliament kind of rule in her place. But then on the galactic stage, she's very much a
Internationalist.
yeah, an internationalist liberal. I would
Actually,
say.
so there was a book, and I think we briefly touched on this. I briefly mentioned this the other night, but there was a book that was sort of, it was one where she was exposed as Darth Vader's daughter, and she was like a senator in the New Republic and everything, and in it, she was part of this party that was poorly named the Populist Party. And so there were the populists and the centrists. The centrists were called the centrists because they wanted more centralized power in the hands of like the central authority, and they wanted to restore imperial institutions. They should have called them like centralists or something. I don't know why they called them centrists. And then there were the populists who wanted sort of like more individual planet autonomy, and then you had like the left wing of the populists who wanted direct democracy, and then you had the right wing, which basically just wanted to abolish the New Republic and make like, complete planet autonomy. And Leia was sort of in the moderate part of that party. But so I'm pulling up the Wikipedia article for the populists, and it says that the populists are libertarians. All right, hold on. Like,
Wow, that does not sound. It kind of sounds accurate.
I mean, to her galactic politics, yes, but which she kind of only had since she lost her home world. So
Wait,
yeah, fair enough.
she's no longer a princess, right?
I mean,
Well,
she is, but she was.
Well, I
she
mean, like
became
she's a princess of a dead world.
it's like it's the heirs to the Hanover throne. It's like, yeah, the kingdom of Hanover is no longer a thing. It wasn't a thing since like the 1700s. But the royal family of Hanover still claims it. So
Yeah.
Wow.
And then plus in the EU there was a new Alderaan, wasn't there?
yeah, it was made up of refugees, I believe.
But that got destroyed by the Empire, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Although like when I was saying like the Hanovers, I'm not trying to shit on that royal family because I'm a monarchist myself, but it's like, come on, guys. Stop pushing it.
Hey, if there's ever like a political meltdown, they might be able to reclaim power. Some government try to put them back in.
Yeah.
So I was thinking right now.
I actually don't remember when Leia stopped and leaves politics, because I know around the time of by the time the Vong invasion, Leia has retired.
Oh, okay, and okay, we're talking about Legends now. Okay, because I can tell you in canon it was after she was exposed as Darth Vader's daughter.
Well, in Legends, by the time of the Yuuzhan Vong War, she sort of retired from politics, but she attempts to get back into it to try to convince the Galactic Senate that the Vong are a threat, which they don't believe her about. I think that I believe Leia in Legends actually she becomes a Jedi, but that's by the time she does it, she's in her like 50s.
Yeah, I almost wonder if the reason they didn't make Leia a Jedi in the newer ones was because Carrie Fisher was kind of out of shape later in life.
I mean, it is highly implied that she still went through like enough Jedi training to at least train Rey theoretically.
She didn't
even
train
though
Rey though.
I mean, guided her, I guess, in it, but
Like for
I don't know.
5 minutes.
Yeah, it's.
I
like
mean, it could
5
have been a
minutes.
case where she taught her Jedi philosophy, but it's just like not like how to be like a Jedi Knight, like a training regiment.
Frankly, just Rey was like, I especially hated that training sequence in the last movie. It was like, she was like sighing and looked bored and wasn't struggling at all. And I was like,
I don't even remember half of the Rise of Skywalker. I don't even really remember it. I saw it once at the theater. Most disappointing movie experience I've ever had.
I only watched it once too. I refused to watch it again to poison my eyes.
I don't even know if it's that so much that I refuse. I just don't care. I think that's really what it is.
It felt like poison dripping into my eyes. I was like, no, I'm not watching this again.
Yeah, I mean, I heard from my brother was like, no, you don't want to see it. It's bad. He didn't even see it, but he's like, Jacob, I know it's bad. Or, whoops, I just doxed myself. I'm going to have to make that edit at some point. But he said politicrat. It's bad. And so I ended up going to the movie. I was like, okay, fine, let's see. I don't think it's going to be that bad. I mean, it might be a little disappointing, but it's not going to be that bad. It was pretty bad. Either way, so on that note, I think we've pretty much done covering characters. We're going to go to an intermission, our first intermission. Be back in about 8 minutes, and then we're going to get on to talk about sort of historical parallels to sort of the political situation that happens. We're going to try to keep it within the context of the 3 trilogies, particularly the prequels and the original, but if we need to go into the sequels, that's completely fine.
Let's try to avoid that, though.
Yeah, and we can do EU too. So long as
talk
it's within
about
that
a little bit. Of the
Let's go to EU before we go to sequels, though.
Well, no, I mean, I don't think we're not going to like go one by one, but we're going to just be talking in general about these like parallel. So we're going to be discussing like specific events, and then we're going to be drawing on sort of similar things that have happened in Star Wars. But either way, we're going to go on our first intermission, and we will be right back. So stick with us, folks.
President Zhao
Why did you-
she named the boy the Angolan miracle child.
Oh, whoops. Oh, my bad. That was I was in
Always you.
a Discord call. I don't think we can edit that out.
I technically can, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to edit my when I said my name. But anyway, so moving on now, we're gonna be talking about sort of historical parallels, and we'll start by talking about sort of historical parallels to things that happen within the political context of Star Wars, and then eventually we'll go on and talk about modern politics specifically. We'll say that for the last hour. But either way, so is there any place? I mean, I know I'm the one who's supposed to guide the discussion, but I kind of like I like to have a sort of free format, I suppose. I don't know how else to say it, but is there anything that maybe you guys want to add specifically in terms of different events that have happened in the Star Wars universe? Not necessarily just within the trilogies, but also maybe within the EU that you sort of see as almost parallel to things that have happened sort of like in real world history.
I mean, God, I would kind of describe the destruction of the Death Star as like kind of mirroring the sinking of the Bismarck, how it's portrayed in like history and then also portrayed in Star Wars, of like the maiden voyage for this grand Imperial vessel, and it was destroyed essentially in its first run after a few successful battles that it was in.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I don't know much about that, actually. I don't know much about the German Empire, actually, which is kind of ironic because my family is German. So
the Bismarck was actually during the Third Reich.
Gonna head out. Good night.
All right, nice having you, right, Cafe?
Right. Yeah, the Bismarck was actually a battleship under the Third Reich, not the German Empire. So.
Oh, was it the Third Reich? Okay. You see, that just goes to show how much I don't know about this particular event.
Yeah, like I would describe the destruction of Alderaan would be like the battleship Bismarck destroying the HMS Hood. It was quite a eventful time, and then it was destroyed by essentially a few British cruisers that caught up to it and just started pummeling the ship. But eventually, the Germans actually had to scuttle it, which was kind of different than the Death Star, but.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I get what you're saying, though. I mean, that's not a terrible parallel there. But I think a good thing maybe to talk about would be the Cold War between the Old Republic and the Sith Empire, the true Sith Empire. And what I did like about that is it was very, especially when you see this in the Imperial Agent storyline and of the Sith Warrior storyline, especially in the Old Republic MMO, where you're sort of trying to stage. Well, first of all, the Sith agent, it's about you kind of going on these sort of undercover missions. You're trying to subvert and undermine Republic institutions, and then there's also the whole thing you have to. There's their own version of the Enigma machine that you see in World War II. But either way, it's just about sort of this sort of secret shadow war going on. And then you see the same thing sort of with the Sith Warrior. And you see it first in the Balmorra storyline, and then you see it on the Terrace arc too, where you're trying to sort of vie for the loyalty of different factions on the planet. And even though there's a Cold War, it's basically proxy wars between Republic-aligned forces and Imperial aligned forces. Oh, and then Alderaan too, because there's the one house that's aligned with the Sith, and then you have the other house that is aligned with the Republic. And I don't know, I kind of liked just that sort of pure. I don't want to say that pure, but I liked that particular moment within the Old Republic, and it was vanilla. So it was during like the class storyline. So that takes place between, I think, 3643 BBY through like 3640 BBY, something or 3664. I don't know, something like that. But yeah, just the Cold War before the outbreak of the Second Galactic War.
Yeah, that does sound pretty right, because you do see that with like especially the United States and the Soviet Union. Like it was Yuri Bezmenov. He was a defector KGB agent. He described how the Soviets had infiltrated American institutions and how they infiltrated institutions all across the West to subvert it, which you're kind of seeing that with the Imperial Agent storyline. Also, depending if you stay loyal to the Empire or not, which you're given the choice. And just how like you got to culturally subvert from within to defeat a society even before a single shot is fired, which you see that a lot with many of the Republic aligned forces, because they leave their institutions, like how the United States did, very open for subversion, unlike the Sith Empire, which was a very closed society where they had there was not much room for cultural subversion within the Sith Empire, unlike it was in the Republic. So that's I'm essentially saying the Sith Empire is the Soviet Union here.
Yeah, that is a fair parallel there. What about the rise of the Galactic Empire in comparison to sort of the collapse of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Roman Empire? Because I would say that there are some similarities, with an exception that the Roman Empire wasn't evil, though. In fact, I mean, whereas the Sith Empire was kind of created, the Galactic Empire was kind of created sort of via a ruthless and deceitful power grab. And it was an attempt because it was part of a greater agenda, whereas the establishment of the Roman Empire was more of a necessity and it fixed things.
I'd kind of compared more to like the Reichstag fire that led Hitler enact the Reichstag Fire Act, which allowed him to take over complete political control of Germany. And I would describe that as like the transition from the Republic to the Empire with Palpatine, because the false flag attack by the Jedi upon his life allowed him to enact his political will to politically dominate the old Republic and turn into the Empire.
Ray, would you have anything to say just about sort of historical parallels to certain political sort of happenings or instances in Star Wars?
I was just going to say that how the Jedi kind of remind me of the League of Nations for some reason.
How so?
They just remind me because they seem like they didn't want to do anything. It's just like slavery was going on. They didn't care. The Mandalorian wars were going on. They didn't care. Like they keep saying like they're the keepers of the peace, but it's just like they don't want to do anything.
That was the joke, and I was telling you there was that Star Wars sort of parody series by the channel Auralnauts. Anybody listening, go to Auralnauts, the space fight or something. It's called something like that. Best, most well produced, well edited YouTube poop. I don't think you could really call it that, but it's basically in that style I've ever seen. But the Jedi are basically a bunch of stoners, and they don't do shit.
I mean, that's how it felt like, because it's just like, wasn't there like the story where Anakin had a dream where he was a Jedi freeing his people on freeing the slaves on Tatooine, right? And that's just like the complete opposite of what we see of the Jedi, basically. It's like they don't care. It's like they know slavery.
It would almost seem as though they had become foot soldiers for ineffectual governments by the Republic. I mean, my favorite hobby horse is talking about the Confederacy of Independent Systems. I mean, look at the absolute nonsense that was going on just prior to the emergence of that separatist movement. I mean, the separatist movement was practically warranted. I mean, you had a republic that was mired in bureaucracy, increasingly complex legal precedents. You've got ridiculous treaties and obligations that are entirely one-sided, given that you have a republic that is taxing places in the Outer Rim and so on, affecting their trade routes, but then also not policing them. So you end up with this weird one-sided deal where you don't have military protection of trade routes, but you do have taxation of those same routes. What is the point of that? And so when Count Dooku came out and did what he did, I mean, it's one of those things where that was the only way that you were going to have development, like real development, instead of just extraction, going on in those territories. And even though the CIS failed at its objective of actually winning the war and achieving separation, the Galactic Empire that resulted afterwards had to adjust and adapt and take into account the fact that the problem that had been talked about during that time period was legitimate. And I think this is why the Galactic Empire actually took more effort to actually patrol trade routes and actually enforce laws in the Outer Rim than the Republic did. Because
they didn't want to have to deal with the second rebellion, right?
They don't have to deal with a second instance of this same thing. And of course, obviously, because of the fact that Sheev Palpatine himself obviously understood the situation very well, given that he was partly responsible for having sent Dooku on that mission in the first place, right? So, I mean, if anyone was going to know that that was a problem, he would know it, given that he was partly responsible for having highlighted it in the first place, right? So, I mean, I often make the same comparison between that and the real world discussion of like the first world versus the third, right? So you've got basically rich people in metropolitan centers in the first world who are perfectly content to extract profits and to extract certain forms of like subtle taxation through the form of like, I don't know, what are the word for those things? Indirect tariffs. What's the word for that? Because it suddenly just fled from me.
Sanctions?
No, not a sanction. Where the tariffs are formally implemented, and then there are tariffs that are not in legislation but exist elsewhere.
Are they like not name only?
Excise? No.
What was I about to say? Shoot, like
it's called non-something tariff.
I don't know.
Non-negotiable?
It's where you've done it, but not through a government institution directly.
I know what you're saying. I don't
implemented tariff, but it's
terminology is
done
not all
a
that
different
important.
way. Yeah, the terminology has suddenly fled from me. Usually, I know it off the top of my head, but either which way, you see this happening in real world where this kind of thing is playing out, or you have like allies of first world countries who, when something bad happens to them, they don't show up, but when it's time for payments to be made, then they're definitely there to collect that, right? So you've got that same kind of thing, and so development in the third world then becomes the responsibility actually of the people in those countries to try to figure out how they're going to maneuver in this system. And some of them come to the conclusion that maybe they just don't want to have this relationship with their first world patrons and they want to create alliances between themselves instead. This tends to lead to all kinds of trouble for reasons which are quite obvious. And so I do make that parallel there. And I kind of feel like the way in which the sequels were written was deliberately supposed to make a play on this. And this is why, I mean, it's even coded into the way that George Lucas and others decided
to code the sequels. You mean the prequels?
Sorry, I would say yes, the prequels. It's even coded into the way that Lucas decided to like give certain accents to certain actors and so on. So, like for example, when you look at the CIS and just quickly, I'm just going to look at the
Neimoidians.
They're mostly aliens, or they're mostly foreigners compared to like the humans who are considered like the elites.
Exactly
from the outer. Yeah. It's mostly outer. It's mostly mid and outer rim.
Yeah, and when you look at the Trade Federation, Intergalactic Banking Clan, Techno Union, and the Commerce Guild, and so on, they've all been given accents that if they existed in the real world, would code them as being people who are outside the center of the world, if that makes sense. There would be more on the periphery, the kind of accents that they have been given. And so I think that was done quite deliberately. We were supposed to draw that parallel, so I don't think it's my sort of niche interpretation of this. And so you could almost argue that Count Dooku had essentially decided that he was going to be a champion of developing countries instead of a champion of that which was already developed.
Count Dankula, guys.
And this is the thing that always annoyed me about the Jedi, because they never really thought about it. It's just like they said like, oh, I guess we're in a war now. Let's defeat the Confederacy.
Exactly. Yeah, they just followed the orders, and that was something that Count Dooku himself raised in his speech at the Gala of Separatist Dignitaries, where he actually said the quote that, you know, as a people who called out for change, you called out for leadership, and I humbly answered that call. Together we challenged the system. We asked for equality, and how were we met? With war. The Jedi's secret army of clones was revealed, and their treachery was far greater than we could have even imagined. Countless living beings, these clones the Jedi created, have been sent to their deaths, while we sacrificed mainly droids. Our soldiers of flesh and blood are willing participants. They are your fathers and sons, mothers and daughters who fight not because we were grown and designed to do so, but because they know in their hearts that they are fighting for a just and noble cause. Now, it's one of those things people could say that, oh, well, Dooku's being very manipulative there by saying things that are true, but they're true, right?
Yeah,
I don't think it matters whether he's being. I mean, maybe he has a motive for saying that, but that doesn't mean that he's not telling the truth.
Exactly.
there was one other thing I was going to say about like the Jedi being failures. Like, didn't Count Dooku predict or like have a vision about like a solar flare destroying a planet? And the Jedi Temple said like, "Hey, don't worry about it." And then this solar flare happened, and like thousands of people died, or the world was destroyed.
I don't remember this.
I don't remember this,
Was this in Legends or is this in Disney?
I think
canon?
it was in Legends. I'm gonna see if I can look it up because I think it specifically said like Count Dooku and Sifo Dyas saw it. Here, I'm gonna see if I can find it.
I almost feel like the Jedi are running afoul of something that that's the in real world Pierre Manent talked about, which was this apparent conflict between the forces that he described as agendum versus otium. An agendum is the thing where basically you have a particular desire and you're essentially laying out what your agenda is, and then you're going forward and you're implementing it boldly and accepting the consequences of your own actions if they should happen to be in error. And then you have otium, which is the opposite of that, which is where you're afraid of taking action because any mistakes you might make could incur guilt, and so your fear of guilt is greater than your fear of taking on risk. This then leads to you creating institutions that bind you in certain ways so that you can always have an excuse for why you didn't take any action. And I kind of feel like the Jedi were falling into this otium position where they had decided, okay, they're no longer going to take the risk of being blamed for something if their organization does something wrong. So they subordinated themselves to the institutions of the Galactic Republic and then allowed that to be their justification for anything that they did. So anytime anything went wrong or right, they could say, well, the democratic process of the Galactic Republic delivered this outcome, and so cannot be our fault. We didn't do anything, right? This is the same criticism you could make of, say, activities currently carried out by the European Union, for example. Out of fear of being compared to bad things that happened in the past, they create institutions that bind their ability to do anything. And then if anything does go wrong, they can say, well, the democratic process is what produced this. So then you end up with a kind of like a leadership that is non-leadership. I mean, does anyone else see this comparison between the Jedi and the Jedi, the Galactic Republic, and the behavior of the European Union?
Yeah, I see that as like specifically the European Commission within the European Union. Because they are this body of unelected bureaucrats that tend to say that they intend on bringing forth change and putting forth new policies, but end up then never doing anything. And they most of the time just bring more taxes upon these European nations and more debt, and then just say, well, it's because of the European Parliament that this is happening.
And we're missing a very important. I feel like we're talking more about modern parallels right now, but I mean, honestly, it doesn't really matter now that we're on this. I mean, once we finish this particular conversation, we're going to move back to the more historical stuff and then save the contemporary stuff for after the second intermission. But either way, with regards to what you're saying, you guys are missing another very important component of this as well that sort of ties into this, about the European Union not really doing anything and being complacent. And I think in this instance, it is especially guilt-based. Immigration would be another one. I'm actually currently reading not Charles Murray, Douglas Murray's The Strange Death of Europe. And it talks a lot about that as well, about how it's almost, and I don't think this part can really apply so much to Star Wars, but Europe feels guilty for the sort of worldwide imperialism that they did throughout the 17 and 1800s. And so it's almost, they see it as a sort of like reparations type thing. And so they'd feel guilty if they restricted immigration into Europe. Yet at the same time, it is causing a lot of problems. And at the same time, they're also sort of skeptical towards outright assimilation because they feel guilty about like erasing their culture. It's like, okay, if you want immigration into Europe, that's fine. That's all well and good. However, you have to assimilate them into the culture instead of allowing all these different enclaves to be set up, which basically undermines the core civic fabric of these individual nations themselves. And it's basically like, okay, so like liberalism, for example, is really the only ideology in history that as a principle supports free movement and immigration. liberalism began in Europe. It is the core ideology of European politics. However, when you have groups from illiberal parts of the world coming in to a liberal part of the world, because liberalism, of course, encourages them to do that, then ultimately you don't help them integrate, and they hold on to these other ideas which are still fundamentally illiberal. Doesn't that would ultimately end up eroding the liberal system that promoted the very principle of free movement in the first place? So it's kind of a paradox.
I mean, maybe, although I don't think that can be compared to anything that the Galactic Republic ended up doing. Because I mean,
no. I was just saying, like, you're talking about sort of the. I kind of went on a tangent there, but
it's
talking
not
about how ineffective the ineffectual nature of the European Union / the ineffectual nature of the Jedi, basically not doing anything. Like, you see a problem, and don't really want to address it for whatever reason.
I'm just imagining now using Vong on like little tiny boats crossing the space.
I don't know.
Like this crossing space like it's the Mediterranean Sea and just laying on the first world that they get to and scattering. I'm just imagining that now.
Well, no,
and they're starting to.
You could make the argument that the Galactic Empire is potentially the only force that would be, what's the word for it, brazen and guilt-free enough to create gigantic super weapons using large amounts of money for the purpose of fending off a Yuuzhan Vong that was only a hypothetical threat at the time that it was proposed.
Yeah,
and exactly. That was one of the theories why Palpatine built the Death Star. I don't know if that was actually ever canon in Legends, but that was a prominent theory.
They sent people out, right, to try to explore the unknown regions in order to try to find out what was going on there. And obviously the Chiss seem to have had some kind of knowledge of the Yuuzhan Vong existence prior to the attacks as well, right? Mm-hmm. So you get the impression that Palpatine may have been about doing that. And also, I've also heard some people theorize that perhaps the dark side of the Force wants to reserve the number of people who are capable of tapping into the Force. And so why would the dark side not try to... Obviously, this plays into the idea of the Force having a will, but if we accept the Force has a will, then surely one would accept that the dark side of the Force would have a will to perpetuate its own existence through people being able to tap into it, and it wouldn't want the Yuuzhan Vong, who are essentially divorced from the Force, to be able to gain triumph over like the few people who exist who do, right? Who do have access to the Force. So I mean, you could even come to a conclusion that perhaps all of the tragedy that led to the rise of the Galactic Empire under Palpatine was part of the grand plan, if that makes sense. Like, it's all okay.
Palpatine was actually the good guy in Star Wars.
Yes.
Palpatine was actually the good guy in Star Wars.
I wouldn't go that far.
He's the most moral person in all Star Wars.
No, yeah. I mean, okay, you can make an argument for like Thrawn. And you could even sort of finagle your way into making a Tarkin argument. However, I would not go that far as well. But Sidious, no. Like, he's really the personification of people.
He just wanted
Sidious was like a wild card who kind of acted for his own interests, but had potentially outlying positive benefits for other people if they were willing to play into that.
I mean, there's really no nuance to his character either. I mean, in terms of his morality, at least.
Yeah, it's kind of like a case where like what does that mean? The worst person you know had a good point. Like if Palpatine was basically like, okay, one advantage to me being in charge is that we're gonna fight the Yuuzhan Vong and preemptively hit them with gigantic super weapons. Then that's a case of like worst person you know has a good policy,
like a good idea.
Yeah,
it's like Hitler liking dogs.
Or it's like Hitler doing the first
or the Autobahn.
Although I heard that in EU there was actually a conversation that occurred about that, where some people from the Galactic Empire apparently had a conversation with Republic aficionados, and there was like a brief jousting of conversation where it was like I think someone who was an Imperial said something like, oh, we'd be doing far better against the Yuuzhan Vong if we had like a Death Star on hand, but someone destroyed it, right? To which then of course someone jousted back in response and said that, well, think about it this way, if we were able to destroy the Death Star, they probably would have too, right? So So it's still a bone of contention as to whether these gigantic super weapons would have worked, but.
Well, to
I
be
mean,
honest,
it'd be worth a shot.
the new cannon would be like you would just run it straight through the Death Star.
I mean, and then yeah, and you also see sort of similar things to this in the Disney canon with regards to the sort of political situation in the years leading up to The Force Awakens. Like we said, we talked about the centrists and the populists sort of having their thing. You had the centrists who were basically started to see the ineffectual nature of the demilitarized, extremely decentralized New Republic. And a lot of them were like, hey, okay, you know what? Yeah, the Empire was like authoritarian, and a lot of us were like fucked up by a lot of the things they did in our worlds and stuff. But their institutions worked. So what we need to do, we need to sort of at least use their institutions as a framework to sort of build our own, or even to an extent restore some of them. And,
so like how Adolf Hitler's policies kind of inspired like some Western democracies. Kind of like the New Deal a little bit.
Yeah, well, that was more inspired by Mussolini's corporatism.
Or what I mean. It's just,
a more direct comparison.
You saw
the
evil stuff that
would be
Hitler
like
was
how.
doing.
Okay,
oh,
go
sorry.
first. One of us has to go first. I'll let you go first.
All right. I was just saying, like, how you saw, like, military advancements from Nazi Germany. Everybody was like, wow, these guys know what they're doing. Let's find out. Or, like, we basically took all that knowledge and used it for us to basically build onto it.
Just to go on to that, when America took the German heavy cruiser Prince Eugen, and we pretty much dissected it and looked at all of its internal components, the American analysts thought that this ship would have been built like in the mid-50s. That's like how advanced their naval technology was compared to us.
Wow.
And then you also, I think, a good in the realm of political ideology.
Wait! Before you guys go on, the thing that I was going to say, the most direct comparison, if you're talking about institutions that get copied but used for a different purpose, would be what the Korean government did in the absence of the Japanese Empire, which was where there was a certain faction of people, led by Park Chung-hee, for example, who were, let's say, people who had previously served in the IJN and previously had contacts with like Japanese ways of doing government because they had served in the colonial institutions of the time, who after independence in the 1960s, during a time just after the coup, they were kind of like, so how are we going to run South Korea, given that there's a dearth of experience of running sort of modern government in a way that is effective, where you can say something and the action will be carried out very swiftly and immediately, and with great effect. And they were like, okay, well, what if we just like copied the entire setup that was learned previously from the Japanese Empire, but just like removed its symbology and copy pasted the Korean symbols and Korean flag and so on over it? Do you think anyone would notice? And no one noticed, so you have South Korea. Right? I think that would be the more direct comparison of like the two regimes are different, but they borrowed each other's institutions.
You can even do it from an ideological perspective. You could even bring in the Nazis back into this. Like what a lot of people don't realize, and I don't know if it's like because maybe we choose to ignore it because at face value it seems kind of problematic, but legal theory in Nazi Germany was instrumental. A lot of Nazi legal theory was instrumental in influencing sort of the development of many modern legal theory and constitution and sort of like constitutional philosophy. Take a look at Carl Schmitt, for example.
Oh, yes.
Regarded as the single greatest legal theorist of the 20th century. Rampant anti-Semite, terrible person, Nazi through and through. I mean, he kind of joined the Nazis out of sort of pragmatism because he was actually a believer in, at least at first, as he expressed in his political theology, a believer in sort of in representative republicanism. But was a Nazi and knew what was going on, which is like reprehensible. But his legal writings were absolutely brilliant and inspired the various like legal and sort of constitutional philosophies of, first of all, modern China, actually, believe it or not, but as well as just standard run of the mill late 20th century liberals like F.A. Hayek and Jim Buchanan and John Rawls were all influenced by Carl Schmitt.
There are also other avenues as well. You see, like older imperial structures being used by people who would not participate in those actual regimes when they existed. Like, I mean, for example, an individual that's been studied quite a lot recently as well, Friedrich von Weiser, right, who was part of the Austrian school, but he's the only member of the Austrian school who was not a classical liberal, and he served as, I think, the Minister of War during the time of the Austro-Hungarian Empire, right? I mean, his work was being read extensively, kind of had like a small revival in Japan at one point, and yeah, I mean, obviously, if you ask the people who are reading Friedrich von Weiser, like, do you love the Austro-Hungarian Empire, which was part of the Central Powers, they'd probably be like, no, but they're totally happy to sort of like read into Friedrich von Weiser's work and derive from it what he referred to as the sphere of power, right? I think everyone should actually give it a go at some point, like give Friedrich von Weiser a look. He has like one book which is called, I think, Social Economics, and the other one is called The Law of Power, which almost sounds like a book that Palpatine would write, but okay.
Law of unlimited power.
It is genuinely good stuff. Like, he actually understands it, except he's trying to use the power of the state for benevolent ways by setting things up in a particular way. But he does it in a way that's like not classically liberal at all. But his intentions are actually not to create like horrible tyranny or whatever. And also at the core, Friedrich von Weiser, despite the fact that he wrote a book called Social Economics, which is about creating a particular form of socialism, he is at the heart of it an individualist who wants to somehow maximize the freedom of each individual agent to act. So it's a very complicated like read, and he's like I think he'd be the most complicated person in the entirety of the Austrian school, and also kind of like the black sheep of the family, if you like. Because I mean, a long time ago when I was
I thought Hop was the black sheep of the family.
This guy is even blacker sheep in that sense. I mean, one of the first times when I was talking to like people who were like involved with like who liked the Mises Institute and all this kind of stuff, and I was talking to them, I literally said, so what do you guys think of Friedrich von Weiser? And I remember it very clearly because this was like so far back. This was like in the days of like the early 2000s when it was like people were still talking on like IRC chat and stuff. And the response I got back at the time was like, oh, no, don't touch Friedrich von Weiser. He's like the dark side or something. And I was like, okay, I'm just going to go read him now. I'll be right back.
Damn, Ray is
like, don't tell me not to read a guy. It's going to happen.
Good.
They basically said, do it.
Do it. Don't worry, your regional Sith Lord is here to help guide you in the ways.
I will say this, though. Palpatine is definitely the type of guy who would write an autobiography about himself. He probably has like 16 bestsellers.
You see him in every airport, every one of his books, like Michelle Obama's books.
It's just him it's just him like smiling on the cover
with a pair of shades.
I could also see him having like Palpatine action figures.
Honestly, that is something that really interests me about Star Wars. What about these like little rudimentary features of day-to-day life? Like, surely there are memes in the Star Wars universe. Surely there are dumb inside jokes among the pop. I don't know. I just kind of wonder, just sort of the micro culture. I feel like I'm the only one who really like thinks about that, but I mean, it has to exist.
You only really see that in like the KOTOR games or SATOR, where you kind of get glimpses into that, but you don't really see that
funny little things.
Yeah, and you don't really see that much in the actually like literature or the comics, and especially not the movies or anything.
Sometimes the comics, like the Knights of the Old Republic comics, the ones about Zane Carrick.
Yeah, I take that back, but it's occasionally, but it's still not very common. Because it's mostly focused around, like, it's very Jedi-centric, I would say, Star Wars. It's Jedi and Sith-centric.
Oh, yeah,
and occasionally
something I don't like, actually.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like, I genuinely love, like,
Republic stuff. What we need to
that's
remember
why I love,
is,
like, Battlefront 2 and Republic Commando.
Well, and this is what I think Disney's doing wrong, with the exception of the spin-off movie. So I thought they were going to like start doing this right, and that's why I had hope for Disney initially, because they were talking about all these like spin-offs and stuff. I'm like, okay, good. It's exploring stuff outside of the Skywalker saga. They're going to continue that sort of legacy that the games and the comics and stuff have been doing, but they're going to do it in the form of movies, which is even cooler. However, then they go and they like maybe they release 2 spin-off movies and a TV show, yet everything is so still Skywalker centric, and it's like, no, I mean, Star Wars is not. It's not the story of the Skywalkers. It's so much more than that. That's only a tiny bit. That's only a
We're
tiny
talking about the
bit.
Mandalorian specifically, right? Or the
Well, no, I was just using that as an example of like one of the 3 major spin-offs that they did. And but Disney's trying to make it so much about the Skywalkers, and it's like, no, that's not even like the tip of the iceberg. That's the starting. That's just the jumping off point. Star Wars isn't so much a series as it is a setting. Like, you can take any genre of story, put it in the Star Wars universe, and it'll make sense.
It's just like 40K. It's a backdrop. It's a good setting to place your story in,
Exactly.
And that's what Disney is failing to realize.
Yeah, like for instance, there was this one Timothy Zahn novel called Scoundrels, for example, came out in like 2013. It was basically like Ocean's 11, but it was a heist story, and it was fun. And then you had the Republic Commando novels, which are war stories, and then other examples you have
51st Legion, the journals. Dude, that was probably like some of my favorite.
You keep on saying 51st.
501st.
Sorry, 501st.
Yeah, and then you have sort of like individual hero, and then you have the typical hero's journey stories. Like you see that like with The Force Unleashed, for instance, Knights of the Old Republic, and then you can also have like horror, for instance, Death Troopers and Red Harvest. Red Harvest was a lot creepier than Death Troopers, in my opinion.
Dude,
but
the
it was
zombie
like,
episode from Clone Wars.
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm talking more about like books in this instance, though. But and then westerns. I mean, Solo did a good job of that because Solo is basically a western. And then if you think about it, Rogue One is basically a Vietnam War movie set in the Star Wars universe. And I mean, you have all these things. You could just take any story of any genre. You could. I don't think it would be good, but you could make a romantic comedy set in the Star Wars universe and it'll make sense.
Rom-com Star Wars.
Yeah, like I mean, you could just. I mean, you could do that. I mean, it's like the possibilities are endless. Like I mean, like the amount you can do. It's even deeper than Marvel, which is itself pretty deep. I mean, I know that's probably a controversial thing to say, but it is true. And then you look at the Knights of the like
rom-com with Lana Beniko.
Yeah. And but yeah, no. So I mean,
at this point,
hold on. Let me just say one more thing.
Okay.
Compare the 2 Knights of the Old Republic games. The first Knights of the Old Republic game is a true Star Wars game. Knights of the Old Republic 2 is a game set in the Star Wars universe. That's sort of the difference I'm trying to get at. Like you have the saga films, which are typical, which are like follow the Star Wars formula, and then you also have like basically the Star Wars formula. I would say it's like mostly the hero's journey. Joseph Campbell, hero with 1,000 fates. He was a consultant on Star Wars. He was influenced by the likes of like Carl Jung and Oswald Spengler and all those fun dudes. But yeah, no. So you have the typical kind of Star Wars archetypical story, but then you also have other stories of other kind of just
you could take
the
Star Wars stories into like 10 different directions, and they could still all be great.
Yeah,
that's what
that's what Disney's failing to recognize. And I don't know if it's just because they're incompetent or if because that's just they don't think it's.
I think it's the directors too. It's just like I feel like they see the movie, they're like, oh yeah, just space wizards. That's what made Star Wars popular, so we're just gonna do space wizards.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with like Jedi and stuff, like
but it's just
at least do a movie. Like, why not explore? Like, I mean, why not explore different eras or flush out different sort of lore? And I feel like what they are, and even with their spin-offs, I mean, Rogue One was the boldest one I think they did, but even with their spin-offs, Solo was very, very safe because it's a recognizable character. And I feel like
Obi-Wan. I'm excited for the Obi-Wan one though.
I am too. I hope they take sort of the there was a pretty good Obi-Wan. There was a book called Kenobi. It was one of the last Legends books that was released, and it was actually a Western basically. Basically, it had sort of. Do you guys remember that old movie? I think it was from like the 50s or 60s. Shane. It was about the cowboy who goes and defends that family's farm, and then he rides off into the distance, and the little boy's yelling like "Come back." You guys remember that one?
It
was an old West. That was basically the Kenobi book, but it just took place. The entire thing took place on Tatooine. The entire book was just in the desert of Tatooine. So it seems like not a particularly interesting place, but the story was good, and it just had that sort of that vibe to it. And it's like that they should play around with these things more. I mean, there's so much they could play around with, but I'm afraid they just don't think that people are going to be interested. When in reality, they're just being safe. They're just rehashing stuff. They're not being adventurous. Again, Solo, like I said, was a spin-off, but a very safe spin-off because Han Solo was recognizable and
I want
bankable.
Knights of the Old Republic, or like I want the Citadel attack, or like the Attack on the Jedi Council, where they just fly a ship through it. I want that in a movie.
Yeah, but I think they're just afraid to create new characters.
I think they could even do something like branch out in a way that allows them to, as you said, create new characters, and do it in a way where you're not bound by pre-existing like scenarios that occurred. Like, I mean, you could literally, someone
Set in a
joked about
completely
this, but
different time period.
you didn't even have to do that. You could literally do something like Imperial NCIS clone, essentially. Like, just do a knockoff of the show NCIS, but do it within the Imperial military, and like set it literally in Coruscant or something. That way, you'd be able to do something like explore the inner workings of like how people talk and interact within the Imperial military structure, with on the pretext of, oh, you're just investigating like crimes that people commit while they're members of the Imperial military. Yeah, that's definitely what this show is about or whatever. And then like have it like mid-series branch off into like actual plot. It would be. I don't know whether it would work, but I mean, think about it. It's got the Star Wars branding on it. People would unironically watch it, and you'd be able to churn out a large number of episodes on a relatively low budget, right?
Or a war story from. And I know that Disney's not. They're not cool enough to make anything from the Empire's perspective or to show nuance, because Empire bad, Rebels good, and it's like. I mean, so of course they're not likely to do something like this, but
I would just love to watch like a series about a stormtrooper company.
I was about to say, I had this idea, and if my friend, he's going to, if he's listening, he might be. If you're out there, PL, what are your initials? Remember my idea for the movie Fondor? We were talking about, he and I were talking about it when we were coming out of the movie theater back in like 2017. The whole idea I had was like, it follows the brave Imperial soldiers on the planet Fondor in the wake of a giant rebel invasion. Like the rebels managed to like amass like the largest fleet they ever could, commanded by a ruthless former separatist officer who's in control of the rebels. And then it has like Wedge Antilles is in it, and he's sort of like conflicted because the separatist basically wants to commit war crimes against the Imperials. But then you follow multiple figures. Like one of the character ideas was like just a regular infantry soldier, this young guy. Another one was like a female like Imperial Special Forces officer, and then another one was like what was it? It was Colonel Veers, and before he's promoted to general. And basically the entire thing is like they're surrounded and there's no way for them to break out. Their entire planet is blockaded. And so they're trying to find the entire plot is about the evacuation of Fondor and trying to cover for it. In the end, Pelion comes out of hyperspace, ends up breaking the fleet, And then in order to help evacuate, you see all the civilians of Coruscant end up sending like freighters to come help. And
So
basically,
it's Dunkirk.
yeah, we that's the movie we had just come out of seeing. just Operation Dynamo, but about the brave Imperial soldiers at Fondor.
The brave British Imperials.
And then in the end, because the rebels end up taking Fondor, of course, Colonel Veers, for his heroism, is promoted to general. And then, like, the last line would be, "Sir," or it's like, we have located. It's like, "We believe we have located a rebel base somewhere in the Outer Rim." And it's like, good. They have taken Fondor, but it is time for the Empire to strike back. And then it goes right into episode 5.
But they had to leave all their AT-ATs there and all their heavy equipment, like the British expedition did.
Yeah, but they had others, of course. Anyway, did you have something else you were going to say? I feel like somebody else had something to say, and then before.
I'll be honest, I was just engaged by your story.
But yeah, no, just do something like you can. I mean, you could literally take like events that have actually happened. Like, there's so many cool events in history. You could sort of rework them and place them into that context.
Dude, I'm just imagining like overthrowing governments, basically, or like installing like puppet heads.
Yeah, you could do like overthrowing Allende in Chile. You could do like what was that operation called?
Shoot, I was gonna say like Mockingbird, but that wasn't it.
Condor?
I think it was Condor. Chilean coup d'etat.
I'm just imagining Pinochet on this one random world. This one random world where all the continents are just like this thin strip of coastline. Super long Chile.
Hear me out. There's a space casino where there's war profiteers.
What about a space casino?
Yeah, space casino.
What about it?
Oh, I don't know. I was trying to rip on The Last Jedi, basically.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like the movie Casino.
Casino Royale in Star Wars.
Or you could do like you could do a gangster flick.
It's just the Huts.
That's literally it. But no, oh my god, Imperial agent goes to Nar Shaddaa to find the international terrorist, like Casino Royale.
No, you want to tell you what I was thinking of? I was thinking the Huts with Italian accents. That does not work.
Or you know what? Or you have a former Imperial, or you have like this explorer scoundrel guy who realizes, or who's basically been searching for ancient, like lost Jedi or ancient Sith treasure all these years, but he doesn't know what planet it's on. So in order to find it, he needs to steal the Imperial Charter, because on the back of it, it has a map that leads directly to the planet.
So what's it called? Lost Treasures?
You just cast Nicolas Cage in the role. You know?
Oh my god. Why is it the bounty hunters are always like the best characters in Star Wars? Jango, Boba, HK.
They're not even really characters. They're just badass, like props.
Cad Bane.
To propel them. Cad Bane was pretty cool.
Dude, they gotta know how to take people out, so naturally they have to be pretty fucking good.
Anyway, on that note, let's go ahead and take our second intermission, and then we will continue for the last little bit discussing how this can apply, how Star Wars can apply to modern politics. Specifically, I know we've already sort of talked about that a little bit, but I think we can go into a little more depth there. So thank you, everybody who's watching, for sticking with us. We will be back shortly. All right, is everybody back?
Yep.
Right, Beta?
Yep.
All right, so for this last...
For once, you don't need to add me.
So for this last segment, probably going to go 30, 45 minutes, but we're going to be talking about how the politics of Star Wars could apply to today. So last night, or 2 nights ago, don't remember, Kilhoon, you remember that brilliant video we watched of a certain Mr. Alexander Jones?
Oh yes.
That was like one of the...
Quite an intellectual that Mr. Jones is.
The thing about Alex Jones is like he's insane, but sometimes he's right. And that was actually a great analysis of the Star Wars prequels, comparing it to the
and when he's right,
concentration of
he is,
power
like,
under the Bush
so
administration.
Right. Yeah.
Oh, did you hear about apparently recently there was something about there was like something about like a pedophile busing kids away, and then he like jumped in front of the car and like pushed it, called the cops. Did you guys hear about that?
No.
Oh,
that sounds awesome.
That's funny.
Also, I saw an article proving Alex Jones is right about the frogs turning gay.
Well, the thing was with that, he was just being hyperbolic. They weren't literally trying to. It was just messing with their hormones.
Yeah.
Well, wasn't that there was like chemicals that made the frogs like girls or whatever?
The thing is, he was being serious.
Feminine.
He was being serious, but not literal. There's a difference between taking somebody seriously and taking somebody literally. Like Donald Trump is a good example of somebody who, like, should have been taken, or who. This isn't me like saying like I agree or disagree with him on like policies or anything. This is just me like just stating just in terms of his rhetoric and how he talks. Donald Trump is an example of somebody who, when he says things not.
Hillary Clinton founded ISIS.
No, it's basically like he's to be taken seriously, but not to be taken literally. Well, that's like Alex Jones. Anyway, so what did you think of that? We didn't really end up discussing that last night, but about basically the parallels, and I know a lot of like episode 1 and 2 were created before the concentration of power in the hands of the Bush administration, but that parallel is interesting, and you just see the concentration of power from Bush to Obama, and it's sort of to Donald Trump. It's sort of like in about how this was all staged and planned, which you could make an argument for that, like referring to the like the government in the early 2000s and then the quote-unquote deep state and all that.
I control the deep state. Guilty as charged.
I am the deep state.
I am the Senate.
Anyway, Ray,
what if George Bush is actually still ruling the government?
That would be concerning.
Yes.
He's been playing
Kevin Castley would. That's like a Kevin Castley wet dream.
No, if it was, if George Bush was really running the government, everything would be going right to him.
Anyway, so Ray, what do you think we can? How does the politics of Star Wars, particularly pertaining to the prequels and the what you would call it, the original trilogy, how do you think that applies today? Dare I say it? This sounds really cringy, but like, what lessons could we learn?
Well, I feel like it's a definite thing of populism and fear. It's just like Palpatine just seemed the most real to people, and people liked him, and so they trusted him and just ceded more and more power to him, and that's like he became like a demigod in a way.
Yeah, but what's funny is we see that in movies, like where there's the manipulative politician behind the scenes, but he puts on a likable face and everybody likes him because they don't see the real him. Yet when we leave the movie theater or turn off the TV, we go and we see our politicians, and we see these politicians that we might like or admire. Yet we either don't recognize or refuse to recognize or consider that they may very well be the same way.
Well, I feel like we sometimes fall for the rhetoric because sometimes it's just red meat for us. Some people have like these trigger words where it's just like people would say something and then you would immediately kind of be like, okay, I like
It's
this
just all
guy.
catchwords. I know that's what politicians. Basically, all politics is now is it's following whatever polls are the most popular. It's just following the polls,
I mean,
supporting
it's not
those
even
stances,
that
not so
because,
much
like,
principle, and then just using catchwords like international community,
I would actually disagree
multiculturalism.
with that to a certain extent because it's
I mean,
just
it's
like
becoming like that. I mean, I guess I'm referring more to populists in that sense, but like
oh yeah,
with
populism.
regards to like regular politicians, like you see these catchwords which have pretty much become meaningless, yet people eat it up. Like for instance, the like international friendship, international community, multiculturalism, equality,
like
the will of
diversity,
the people, or
equality.
like the will of the people, just
Those
things
are
like that,
words
which
of
are
the
basically
Democrats.
meaningless.
But for Republicans, it's like strength, hard. We are basically strong. It's basically
It's just
endurance, perseverance, like those words.
It's like guns and Jesus, and that's basically like Jesus has literally just become a like religion has basically just turned
Judeo-Christian
into
values.
Judeo-Christian values, which I mean are a thing, but it's become a meme at this point.
And then even to this day, it's like mostly amongst Catholics, we don't like to say Judeo-Christian. We just prefer our own Christian.
Or Catholic, because you guys just like say
at this point, we don't even associate ourselves with Protestants.
Yeah, I know, because I mean most, like from what I have, a Protestant is like, let's say you have a Lutheran or something. You ask them what their religion is, they're more likely to identify, or they're more likely to say that, oh, I'm a Christian, as opposed to I'm a Lutheran. But whereas you ask a Roman Catholic what their religion is, they're less likely to first say Christian. They're more likely to say that they're a Roman Catholic, because, which I've always found interesting. I mean, of course, Roman Catholicism is like a form of Christianity. It's the original Christianity, but
the OG.
I mean, the OG Christian. Yeah, I mean, it's the church run by Peter, and Peter, and you, but like a Catholic is more likely to say they're a Catholic. Whereas a Lutheran is more likely just to say like Christian or something. It's interesting.
Yeah, that's because I've mostly seen amongst them that they are very easy to swap between, like, say, their own little Protestant churches. Well, then Catholics we have a very set doctrine, which that gets into whole theology and mentality.
I'm definitely more a fan of. So like I'm a Protestant, but I definitely prefer Catholic theology. It's more complex and interesting. It just makes more coherent sense, and which is why I'm an Anglo-Catholic. So
I think one additional thing that we could say that we could, I guess, learn from the franchise, other than what's already been discussed earlier, because I mean there are two things I was going to highlight anyway. The first one we've already touched on, which is the role of institutions interacting with each other, because I was going to talk about Otium and Agendum. This was actually mentioned in the previous section, even though I should have said it in this one, so I'll just skip over that because we've already covered it. The second one I was going to talk about is that Star Wars does not deviate from despite everything else that's going on the surface, it does not deviate from the fundamental premise, which is that all conflicts seem to come down to conflicts over trade routes and resources. We know this because of the fact that they actually sought to inject this narrative into the franchise.
This is your materialism talking, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's materialism going on there. I mean, we talked earlier about the fact that the CIS essentially rebelled because of unfair taxation being levied against them, and they were not actually receiving the kind of services and the kind of security you would expect in the outer regions, despite the fact that they were contributing to the Republic's operation. Then you have Imperial officers who later rose up after that whole event played out, who continue to make concessions to those outer worlds and the needs of those outer worlds because they didn't want to replicate the same problem. However, what is not covered is that there are many people who rose to the position of being Moffs who actually were from those regions and were self-motivated to enrich those regions through the institutions of the Empire. One of them was actually Wilhuff Tarkin. People often keep forgetting that Wilhuff Tarkin is not someone who was like from Coruscant and was interested in the enrichment of Coruscant. Like, that was literally the opposite of what he believed. If we actually look at the Tarkin doctrine, like his self-justification for why he did what he did, I'm just going to read 2 paragraphs from it, and you all will actually realize that his motivations for doing what he did is actually the same as the motivations for why the CIS wanted to secede in the first place. A lot of people don't think about this. So I'm just going to do a quotation. Quote, the factor that and this is quoting Tarkin directly from the Tarkin Doctrine. The factor that contributed most to the demise of the Republic was not, in fact, the war, but rampant self-interest. Endemic to the political process our ancestors engineered, the insidious pursuit of self-enrichment grew only more pervasive through the long centuries, and in the end left the body politic feckless and corrupt. Consider the self-interest of the core worlds, unwavering in their exploitation of the outer systems for resources. The outer systems themselves, undermined by their permissive disregard of smuggling and slavery. Those ambitious members of the Senate who sought only status and opportunity. The reason our emperor was able to negotiate the dark waters that characterized the terminal years of the Republic and remain at the helm through a catastrophic war that spanned the galaxy is that he has never been interested in status or self-glorification. Well, that's probably not true. On the contrary, he has been tireless in his devotion to unify the galaxy and assure the well-being of its myriad populations. Now, with the institution of sector and over-sector governance, now this is the part where Tarkin is beginning to talk truth. Obviously, the first part of that paragraph is like flourish because he can't just like act like he's totally independent from the emperor. But at this point where he begins talking about sector and over-sector governance, this is the real Tarkin speaking now. Now, with the institution of sector and over-sector governance, we are in the unique position to repay our debt to the Emperor for his decades of service by lifting some of the burden of quotidian rulership from his shoulders. By partitioning the galaxy into regions, we actually achieve a unity previously absent. Where once our loyalties and allegiances were divided, now they serve one being with one goal, a cohesive galaxy in which everyone prospers. For the first time in 1,000 generations, our sector governors will not be working solely to enrich Coruscant and the core worlds, but to advance the quality of life in the star systems that make up each sector, keeping the spaceways safe, maintaining open and accessible communications, assuring that tax revenues are properly levied and allocated to improving infrastructure. The Senate will likewise be made up of beings devoted not to their own enrichment, but to the enrichment of the worlds they represent. This bold vision of the future requires not only the service of those of immaculate reputation and consummate skill in the just exercise of power, but also the service of a vast military dedicated to upholding the laws necessary to ensure galactic harmony. It may appear to some that the enactment of universal laws and the widespread deployment of a heavily armed military are steps toward galactic domination, but these actions are taken merely to protect us from those who would invade, enslave, exploit, or foment political dissent, and to punish accordingly any who engage in such acts. Look on our new military not as trespassers or interlopers, but as gatekeepers, here to shore up the Emperor's vision of a pacified and prosperous galaxy. Now, of course, it's debatable as to how much of this Tarkin believed, but the thing that I think he did believe was the narration about the core worlds exploiting at the expense of the outer worlds, and this thing of over-sector governance, where they had, what's the word for it? Divested certain powers from the Emperor into the hands of individual moths who would then be responsible, and senators who would be responsible for enriching their core worlds first and foremost, because that's the principle of subsidiarity, right? Which was originally expounded by the Catholics, actually. But the principle of subsidiarity is basically the people who are closest to the problem have a greater investment in providing the solution. So instead of having a sort of distant Senate that exists on Coruscant and everything running for them, they essentially divested power into the hands of particular regions.
I mean, that's why in the United States, like, governors, as opposed to like whereas in the colonial era, it was, the king appointed a representative and sent them to the colony to just sort of represent. I mean, I know in the British Empire, there were like local councils and congresses that sort of kept the governor in check in some places, but for the most part, the governors came from sort of the crown states and then went and just governed these other regions. Whereas and that caused some problems, and there were the uprisings in the Spanish Empire. But whereas in the United States in the federal system, that's why you have like governors come from the state are from the states that they are governors of.
And that's
of course you can move around and you can you see people, and you see it with congressional districts too. But of course, in that instance, you definitely see people, like parties, try to like move candidates around to different districts where they think that they'll win better. So that kind of gets around that. Or like, for instance, if they'll move a candidate to another district because they'll be more effective there or something because they need to win or whatever, just to like buy a new house, get an address, that sort of thing. So that kind of defeats that goes against the letter of it. But either way, for the most part, in like the United States, it's people from those areas that govern those areas, and so that seems kind of like what Tarkin's talking about. It's of course not democratic, but basically what he's referring to.
I mean, there are other non-democratic structures in history that have done things that way too. Like, I mean,
Persian Empire.
I mean, you can also
German Empire.
The Ottoman Empire, to some extent, also
The Holy
engaged
Roman
in
Empire.
that behavior too. Holy Roman Empire, to some extent, the Japanese imperial family during the time when the country was becoming unified, because obviously you've got quite a number of islands that comprise Japan with quite a number of different districts ruled by different people. That same problem emerged there as well, which is basically how do you govern this set of fractious individuals who've just spent the last 300 years cutting each other for ribbons using various sharp implements, right? The same kind of narrative comes up again, which is basically, okay, you've got a resource problem here. How do you get people to stop killing each other over resources so you can get one united island?
So if you think about it, in many ways, I mean, the Galactic Empire definitely had more bureaucracies and was larger bureaucracy and was more militaristic. But the Galactic Republic, despite being a sort of European Union type thing, was in fact a lot more, at least in a de facto sense, centralized than the Galactic Empire. In that sense,
yes,
it's kind of like comparing, like everyone, I'm sure, is aware of like the Hunger Games and stuff. Like it was the Galactic Republic really was more like the capital from the Hunger Games.
Exactly, and it's exactly the case. This is the same paradox that also exists in the context of the British versus French wars as well, right? Because what was the fundamental difference between Britain versus France on the issue, right? France was perceived as being more centralized, except in fact it wasn't, right? Because they had that whole system of like what did they call it? I think they called it tax farming, which is where individual governors is not the right word for it, but French
administrators, mobs, French mobs
in the different regions of France were able to essentially do whatever they wanted. Whereas in the British context, there was high levels of centralization to the point where when you had like William Pitt the Younger and stuff like this, they were doing like window tax and stuff like this, and everything was highly centralized at Westminster at that point. The only difference between this is that, contrary to how it worked out in Star Wars, obviously, in the case of Britain versus France, Britain was able to win because this highly centralized formation was able to extract taxes at a better rate. Whereas in the French context, unfortunately, the single unifying pole was not unifying enough to actually prevent the individual leaders from constantly cheating on their tax collections. And so France was less capable of collecting tax than the United Kingdom was. Whereas what we see happening in Star Wars is almost the reverse, where decentralization in Star Wars for the Galactic Empire ended up not resulting in rampant inability to collect taxation. And I think obviously in the Star Wars context, the reason that the Galactic Empire didn't end up like France during that time period is because I think everyone was really afraid of Palpatine and wasn't going to actually cheat him on taxes.
Yeah, that's probably true.
And so obviously it's not a one-to-one like lesson learning thing, because obviously I think Star Wars really is making you think about how these things work as opposed to prescribing particular things that are guaranteed to work. Because you might very well, have some country that engages in precisely the kind of like devolution of power to various regions that is described by the Tarkin Doctrine, and then it literally doesn't work because no one ever pays taxes.
Yeah, and I think another good example for this too is, has anybody ever read? And I made like a 45-minute documentary on it for my channel. I don't know if any of you guys saw it, but if not, either way, have any of you guys read Sir John Bagot Glubb's essay, "The Fate of Empires in Search for Survival"?
Yes.
So everybody talks about sort of one of the unfortunate things about an empire falling apart is. Yeah, you have, so basically there's a cohesive kind of network, there's a common identity that all people of like all different races like within the empire sort of feel, but then eventually as sort of decadence starts to set in, you start to see these people of these different regions start to become more they start to romanticize their past before the empire. They start to create these very like they start to develop very nationalistic sentiments.
So kind of like the Lost Cause and like this.
Yeah, and then
like
but then that ultimately will lead to secession and decolonization, which was the case with the British Empire, French Empire, most
Russian
European great
Empire.
powers. But the thing is, and the bad thing, that is, and yeah, I know, like we managed to, and this was sort of an anomaly because of liberalism that allowed for us to establish it allowed for us to establish like free trade networks, even in light of the empire's collapse, or the collapse of these empires. But generally, when an empire is united, that is when the economy is the best, because you see the free exchange of commerce. There are no borders. You see the free exchange of commerce, and then they can collect resources from one area, transport it to another area. No treaties or anything that have to be signed, no complicated agreement. But then when the empire starts to balkanize and atomize, that makes trade far more difficult, and then that can lead to economic problems. And so if you think about it, because of that, even though in terms of power, the Galactic Republic was more centralized in a sense, it wasn't united or uniform in such a way that would allow trade really to be effective, and that's why you saw all these trade disputes and stuff.
Exactly.
But then the Galactic Empire, one of the reasons it was so much more economically successful was because you had this united empire, and trade was able to move freely throughout the entire empire. Like the Galactic Empire was anti-Terra. It was in favor of free trade.
But ironically, it was kind of like what's the word for it? It's one of those things where sometimes you have the same structure, but it's the empire of the outside instead of the empire of the inside. Does that make sense? Kind of like how what is a historical comparison for this? Now, obviously, someone can correct me because I'm not always great when it comes to European history comparisons. But kind of like the fate of the Roman Empire, for example, which is where the Roman Empire continued, but under a different name, because the people of the periphery ended up being the ones who ran it instead of the people of the center. Like when the Roman Empire became something that was controlled by Germanic peoples instead of by the actual people who established it.
Is everyone familiar with Arnold Toynbee, the historian?
No.
He wrote a study of history.
I am.
So basically, he talked about how like when a civilization is coming apart. So first of all, like the very last stage of a civilization in its lifespan is what he calls the universal state, when you see one giant empire control the entire cultural sphere of influence and the apparatus. However, towards the very end, you start to see, as tensions start to kind of arise and decadence sets in again, you see the rise of two different factions, but two different sort of phenomena. You see the rise of what he calls an internal proletariat and an external proletariat. The internal proletariat are those who are in the society but not of it. So people who are disillusioned, who don't see, who don't, and it's not because they don't want to, but they just don't see the world in the same way. So an example would be the slaves in ancient Rome, like with the Spartacus slave revolt, or the Christians, that sort of thing. So in his theory, the internal proletariat creates something that he calls a universal church, which will eventually become the foundation of the next civilization. And sort of it eats the empire from the inside, devours it from the inside. And then you have the external proletariat, which are people from the peripheries, who they'll eventually be the ones to sort of impregnate the universal church and kind of give birth to a new civilization. But eventually, towards the end, they're the ones who really become the rulers. And that's why you see in ancient Rome, you see the barbarian chieftains.
Yeah. Is it comparable to what happened with the Mamelukes as well, where the Mamelukes ended up being the ones running a thing, whereas previously they had not?
You also see that from, if we're making Roman comparisons, Charlemagne, the king of Francia, which was Gaul back in the old Roman days, the old peripheries, like he was the one that truly revived the Western Roman Empire by uniting all these former Roman territories into the one state and being crowned the Roman emperor.
This is the comparison I wanted to make. So basically all of these people, including Grand Moff Tarkin, especially him, these people would be comparable to people from the periphery who ended up running the place, right? And this is because of a process that was ironically set in motion by the Galactic Republic itself that led to the rise of these very same individuals who were curated by that Republic and who ended up being the people from the periphery, literally in this case from the Outer Rim, who ended up running the empire for the service of the Outer Rim, effectively.
Would another good example of that be like Napoleon? And because he was, I know he's just like one person from Corsica, and he kind of came in and took power. I don't know if that's not really what you're going for, but it's kind of.
Yeah, I mean, no, that would be a great example too. I mean, Napoleon was from Corsica, right? Which is kind of
And
like a
Palpatine was from Naboo, which was like a young world in the Outer Rim, or was it?
Yes, I mean, even
Mid-Rim
he
or Outer
would
Rim?
be. Yes, I mean, even he would be an example of that, right? So, I mean, yeah, I mean, you could see it as kind of like that old process repeating itself again, but just in fiction.
Yeah. So,
I would have studied more Roman history before I came into this call. I feel like a dunce.
I mean, Roman history is very long, especially if you consider Byzantine as the continuation of Rome.
it was a continuation of the body politic, but it wasn't a continuation of the civilization.
Look,
it wasn't
the only
part
thing
of
I
classic.
know about
It wasn't part of classical civilization.
the only thing I know from the Byzantines, there was a sultan and there was a brother. Revelations.
The
Assassin's Creed.
Sultan didn't come till way later, in that he killed the Byzantine Empire.
Is another
Oh.
example of them coming from the peripheries to take over the empire. Because they basically restored. I mean, they didn't culturally, not necessarily, but they restored the boundaries of basically the Ottoman Empire. The early Ottoman Empire consisted of the boundaries.
And then they also
consider
consider themselves to be the inheritors of Rome, along with Russia, along with Germany.
Oh no! But my favorite is how Geoffrey of Monmouth, about how his pseudo history, the history of the kings of Britain, which I actually have on my bookshelf, basically is one giant sort of pseudo historical means of trying to justify why England is actually the true heir of ancient Rome, and it's about how Aeneas's son Brutus ended up colonizing Britain and became the first king of the Britons, and Britain is actually named after Brutus, and then his son's name was Lund, and he built the first city, London.
Wow.
And about how King Arthur basically ended up creating an empire that also consisted of Iceland and and Scandinavia and all of Britain and then most of France, and about how King Arthur defeated the Roman Emperor and became the new Roman Emperor. So King Arthur became the Roman Emperor in one of the Arthurian traditions. I think is absolutely hilarious.
Wow, I did not even know the British claimed to be the inheritors of Rome, but add another nation that claims to be the inheritors of Rome.
That's probably America. Oh, then you had the fascist Italy who did the same thing.
Oh yeah,
but fascist Italy was kind of an epic fail.
Another comparison of this empire created from the periphery could be the present government of China as well. Like if you look at the figures that went into creating that structure, these were all people who were actually from the periphery of where the previous Qing empires
or the Soviet Union even. So yeah, it was founded by. What's funny is most communist revolutions are actually led by bourgeois intellectuals, which is kind of funny.
Bourgeois intellectuals and minorities.
Yeah, exactly. So you had the bourgeois intellectuals led by Lenin, who basically overthrew the government, and then the bourgeois intellectuals eventually were eliminated by these these gruff these gruff militarists from the outlying regions, like Stalin, who was a Georgian.
Beria was also a Georgian.
Yeah. Where was Trotsky? Was he actually Russian?
He was Jewish.
Well, he was a Russian Jew, so I guess he could kind of count as sort of that internal
they were.
He could count as like an internal proletariat, one of those people who,
again,
again, in the society but not of it.
I mean, don't forget that Lenin himself was descended from like the Chuvash and the Mordvin, right? Who were Siberian native peoples as well. So I mean, Vladimir Lenin himself was not like literally Russian in the sense that you would ordinarily understand. So he would be from the periphery too.
I mean,
I really need to read more theory.
Lenin, he came from two lines. He came from the Siberian line, which I forget which it was his mother or father that had that, but also he was Jewish too. Like, there's a lot of Jews involved in the early revolution of the Soviet Union.
Well, I mean, was he even aware of that descent though? Because the thing that he always
Yes.
talked about was his connection to the native Siberian people.
Well, that's
I don't think
because
that he was aware of the other connection.
it was the ostracization of the Jews. That's why he typically kept that a little repressed. Same with Trotsky. They typically kept that repressed until the revolution actually began. And when the revolution began, they opened up the whole Jewish narrative because then it was not a taboo to be Jewish anymore.
Okay, so I mean that angle also would be a case of marginalized people. I mean, in that case, that would be marginalized people of the center though, and not of the periphery. So I guess he'd be both in one.
Yeah, which typically that tended to happen, especially in Imperial Russia, where you'd see the marginalized groups interbreeding with each other, while then the Russians typically only interbred with other Russians.
But that, I mean, you could pretty much like now, Ray. I think that's pretty brilliant that you mentioned this actually, because now I'm just starting to think of all these other examples of sort of these periphery leaders that come in. Ultimately, like you see this in, for example, England too with the Stuarts. It was the Stuarts, right? They were Scottish.
Yep.
Coming in,
yeah.
and then
Henry VIII as well, believe it or not, given that Henry VIII was backed by military. I'm probably using the wrong terminology because this is one of those things where ancient terminology would use different words to describe this, but it's kind of like Henry VIII was backed by like junta leaders who actually came from Wales. So that's another case of periphery coming in.
Another example: ancient Egypt with the Hyksos. You know, the Semitic invaders.
Oh right, yes.
They and then basically the dominant theory is that that the pharaoh who knew Joseph was a Hyksos, and he knew Joseph because they were basically ethnically related and culturally similar to the proto Hebrews, like the Abraham, what Abraham was. And when they came during the famine, they were welcomed, and these Semitic peoples, they were made sort of the high-ranking officers and sort of viziers and stuff, and then the Egyptians who were being ruled over by the Hyksos basically became resentful, and then when they overthrew the Hyksos, that sort of dynamic change in the Hyksos and Semites who were left over in Egypt basically became an underclass. So.
Mm-hmm.
So there's sort of that power struggle there. In the United States too. Try to think of a good example. Try to think of a good example. I mean, of somebody from the periphery, because I mean, you have to be an American.
Yeah, it hasn't happened yet. For the American Empire to have like a replacement of like people in Washington with those from the periphery. I mean, there was almost like a weird sign of it, like that once, but then it went away, and I haven't seen it again. Like, do you remember when George W. Bush was president and he had John Chu-New as his advisor, and John Chu-New then engaged in something that he himself described as the Koreanization of the American presidency?
And then another example, they almost.
And then it never happened again. They undid it when Barack Obama came in. He literally undid all of it.
Oh, Orrin Hatch tried he hatched a little plan similar to that to try to amend the Constitution so that foreigners who were citizens could run for president. It was called the Arnold Amendment.
Wow.
Was this for Arnold
Schwarzenegger? It was basically the dominant, basically the. I don't know how serious it is, but the theory is, and it probably was. I don't know that much about it, but there's speculation that the reason was to make Arnold Schwarzenegger eligible to run for president.
Yeah.
I mean, that'd be pretty awesome to have the Terminator as president, but
dude, we need that.
It's one of those things where the Americans have been extremely vigilant against allowing this to occur so far. Obviously, it's not the end of the story yet. But
I mean, the closest thing would be like the children of like immigrants or something, but that would be more akin to like the barbarian, because we need to remember in ancient Rome, the barbarians who really overthrew the Roman Empire were not like the same barbarians the same generation of barbarians that came in and migrated and settled there. They were their like grandchildren, great grandchildren.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, all the ones who sacked Rome, like the barbarians who sacked Rome, the majority of them were Roman citizens. Like it was basically they were military or they were soldiers, and because the the Roman Empire was heavily in debt and it was practically bankrupt. They didn't have enough to pay these soldiers like Alaric the Visigoth, who was basically became a man of the people, sort of. And so basically the sacking of Rome in 410 wasn't so much these barbarian horde coming in and laying waste like in the same way like the Mongols or the Huns, but was more it would be more akin to like let's say you have
third generation Mexican immigrants.
Yeah,
who are citizens, join the military, and then whoever's responsible for paying their pensions just like refused to pay their pensions, and then they marched on Washington and just took what they were owed, because when these quote unquote barbarians ended up marching on Rome, they did not burn the city. They went in. They took what they were owed. They just took some of the wealth and left.
Yeah.
Which that's why no empire in history after that has refused to pay their soldiers. Like in the U.S., we actually have a system where even if nobody else in the government will be paid, but the soldiers will still be paid in the U.S. military.
Yeah, I think in the case of this kind of scenario unfolding in the U.S., it would be more of a metaphorical sacking. So, for example,
didn't this almost happen during like the Continental, or like when we were trying to get the Constitution set up? Like the government, they weren't paying the soldiers, and there was almost a rebellion.
Well,
a lot of them were just like they didn't care anymore, and their enlistments were about up, and they're like, "Fuck it, I'm going home." But then Washington, they brought in
to be paid. Like,
but then they brought in Prussian mercenary officers to come kind of whip them into shape.
Yeah, but I think it was done like in the 50s. That reform was where if nobody else is being paid in the government, the soldiers will still be until there's no dime left.
It's a good precedent.
The metaphor that I would want to evoke there, though, is that maybe it's not going to be something like that. I'm thinking it'd be more metaphorical. So, for example, there are diaspora populations in the United States that have not exercised any form of political power yet, despite the fact that they're constantly being ripped off at every angle. And this would be, of course, Asian diaspora communities, and of course, Latin American diaspora communities, right? So you've got a large number of Latin American diaspora community people who have joined the U.S. military for one reason or another. You've got,
which they tend to be actually some of the best soldiers.
Yeah. And then you've also got the Asian American communities who are
also tend to be pretty good.
Big into, and also big into STEM and big into like development stuff that's going on in the U.S. The cutting edge stuff for whatever reason.
I got it. I'm sorry. I got it.
So at one point, I guess you could say that the quote-unquote sacking event would be like if these people ever decided that they were going to just like have the Democratic Party for themselves and then have that enter
take
office.
It over. Yeah. I just thought of like one of this a periphery scenario that could be possible. So did you guys hear? I mean, it's been going on for like probably a decade or maybe like 5 years. And what's funny is they made like a show about it too, just a sitcom or something. But Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson running for president. I mean, Samoan running. I mean, I know Samoa is an American colony, but
definitely it's periphery though. That's definitely.
But it's still periphery. Yeah. So it's like somebody. It's like somebody who's from there, or from like Samoa or from Puerto Rico, or somebody who's Guamish.
Wait, what if you have somebody who was born on a military base?
AOC is actually from Puerto Rico, isn't she? Unless I'm wrong.
No, she's from Puerto Rican, but she's from New
like
York.
Isn't she like half Puerto Rican, and her dad is from like, or mom or dad is from Puerto Rico, something like that. But she was born in.
Yeah, she's ethnically
she was born in the U.S., but I mean, you can consider.
I mean, she was born in like upper. I mean, she was like born just to like a upper middle class New York.
Of course, but I mean, from the logic that we're presently using, the fact that she's quote from the periphery by at least one generation would qualify in this case, wouldn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, you could see that. I mean, oh no, you couldn't make that with Trump because he's third generation. Oh, fun fact! I should probably just say this.
I mean, he is from the German diaspora, though, which was heavily repressed, especially during the First and Second World War. I'm also from that German diaspora.
Isn't it just so appropriate, though, the Trump fortune, when it was the original Trump when he came, I forget his name. But the initial fortune was made off of brothels. Isn't that just so appropriate?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's a Protestant for you.
Isn't it? Yeah, isn't he a?
He's a Presbyterian or
Well,
something.
he claims to be. I don't think he's anything. I don't think he's even that.
I mean, I see most Protestants as like LARPing as Christians anyway.
Especially the evangelical
Baptists.
fundamentalists who basically get their entire eschatology from a shitty sci-fi book about the rapture.
Oh my god, yeah.
It's weird because the only two monarchists I know
Left
is one's a
Behind by, what's his
Catholic
name?
and the
Chris
other
Lahane,
one's a
right?
Protestant right now.
Who's
So it feels weird.
extremely anti-Catholic too. Like he basically, apparently in that book or something, he made the Pope was the only Catholic who was raptured because in his last, because like at the very end he accepted the teachings of Martin Luther.
Oh, God. Yeah,
which is funny because the very first Protestant reformers were not even at least compared to Protestants today. We're closer to Catholics by comparison than to the Protestants today.
Especially American Protestants that are just like I say just people that say that they're Christian and don't really believe it is what most American Protestants are.
That's why I think faith is nothing without good works, because it's like you can just say you believe and you can just even actually legitimately believe in something, but it's almost like it's basically the same thing as saying, oh yeah, I just have to say the magic words, I accept the Lord Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior. And then like automatically you're saved. That's basically the same thing as like an alcoholic going to AA meetings like weekly, but he continues to drink anyway. And he's like, oh no, it's fine. I go to AA meetings and I hypothetically believe in the program, but I mean, I can still drink. That's basically what it is.
Yeah, that's
and
unlike.
some of them don't even go to church weekly, and most of them.
I mean, a lot of these like people who go to these mega churches and stuff do.
Yeah,
we're really getting off topic now.
Empire to religion and U.S. and fifth columns. Okay.
Yeah. Do you want to tell you the thing I was actually considering for a little bit? Fan movies. Like my favorite. Well, I remember watching like Star Wars fan movies ever since I was younger, and some of them are on YouTube, and I just love watching them.
Yeah, I guess when I was a kid, I actually started watching like those stop motion, like Lego Star Wars ones, which are actually.
Yeah, I tried making a Knights of the Old Republic one, but I only finished the Endar Spire part and then I quit, and I didn't have like good. Like I didn't have the proper Lego. Like I would have needed a Twi'lek Lego. I didn't have it in me, and I tried making a pirate stop motion film too at some point, but then I just realized it was just a knockoff of another pirate stop motion film that was on YouTube, and it's like it was fun though. But anyway, regarding Star Wars itself, what would you guys say the most effective galactic government was? I mean, basically, we think all of the galactic republics are pretty much have been doomed to fail in the end.
I just personally say Vitiate Sith Empire.
I agree, especially like post-reform.
Yeah, especially like the Mar age and like kind of around that era. That's probably the most stable the Empire was in, and overall, like the general welfare of the average citizenry was pretty well off in comparison to the average Republic citizen. And there was a lot of social cohesion. Social stability was very high.
Upward mobility.
Well, if they remained in the military after their required conscription, yes.
Or if they were force sensitive.
Yeah, especially if you were force sensitive. Force sensitives, they were literally the demigods of the Empire. Like you were part of the noble class. It was also a religious class, kind of.
But it was definitely less theocratic than the old Sith Empire.
It definitely was, but still, if you were a Sith, you held this
you kind of your own thing. You were kind of its own kind of separate
I'd say
apparatus.
it was like how the nobility worked in the Holy Roman Empire, where you of course could be born through nobility and still be nobility, but then you could be an average citizen that like did a great deed or was publicly renowned and stuff, and he was rewarded with his own fiefdom, and he was brought into the nobility.
'Cause, yeah, we also need to remember that like that the Middle Ages, there was like feudalism and everything, and kind of early on it was a little harder for upward mobility, but eventually sort of, and then it sort of like waned, sort of like it fluctuated depending upon like once systems institutionalized, like classes hardened, but then that was eventually broken again and undermined by various black swan events that happened, like the Black Death. But either way, throughout Western history, and when I say Western in this case, I mean everything from like 8th century on, upward mobility has kind of been a fundamentally like Western or European concept that not many other civilizations saw in the same way. Like for instance, you might have peasants. A peasant it might be rare for a peasant to gain a true noble title. I mean, they might get a knighthood or a fiefhood, but either way,
that's an introduction into the nobility.
But either way, no. But you did have, because you often see like these movies and it shows all the peasants are poor, all the knights and nobles are rich, but it was not that. It was not that simple. Like you had some peasants who were wealthier than some knights. Like some knights basically just came from like these poor or bankrupt families. Like all they had was their knighthood and their horse and their land. Yeah, I mean some land. Sometimes they had to sell it off though too. At that point, maybe it was just their title, and they maybe had like some sort of like half of a Mott and Bailey, or they may have even like sold that to the crown or something too. But they might just have like this little stone house that they call their castle. But then you have these peasants and these entrepreneurs who like not by means of like primogeniture, but by means of building like businesses and establishing sort of like trading networks, like fleece. That was big in England in the 12th century. You see this in like, for instance, The Pillars of the Earth, if you've ever read that book. It really does a good job of illustrating sort of medieval trade towns. But then that especially was exacerbated then after the Black Death with the rise of the merchant class and the advent of commercialism.
Yeah, the thing about also the Middle Ages that not a whole lot of people realize is that compared to today, peasants paid a fraction of like, let's imagine like the required time of labor being their equivalent of taxes back in the day. Like there'd be on average like 30 days of labor required to be given to their lord. If you compare that to like the modern U.S. tax system, we pay on the equivalent of like 60 to 90 days of labor to our lords, the government.
It was kind of in some forms of feudalism, or at least not necessarily feudalism, because that was more of the institutionalized version of manorialism. But manorialism in general was kind of a semi-coercive form of mutualism, if you think about it.
Yeah, but it was very functional, and it led to general social stability.
I'm just saying it was basically mutualism. And when I say coercive, I don't mean that like in a like a bad way or good way or anything. I just like refer to just how like the function itself. But either way, yeah. But in relation to where would feudalism fit into Star Wars? Like, are there really any feudal societies that we see?
I would say probably the early Sith Empire, if I had to say anything.
Maybe. That was more of an Indian style caste system, like what we established on Night 1.
Yeah.
System. I'm thinking like, wasn't like Count Dooku like the lords of places? Whenever
you might have it on individual planets. Yeah.
Yeah, you saw that in certain planets. Yes.
I guess it's just like depends on like the urban development of the places. The more developed, the less. Well, I'm basing it off our world. It's just like the more urban it becomes, it's just like it's that feudalism.
Yeah, almost the case, but I would say Alderaan, like that was a fairly developed world, but yet you still saw like the remnants of feudalism, like from like the Old Republic days, even up to its destruction still
Isn't that
linger
still the
on.
case with India? With India a little bit with the caste system.
Yeah, you could say that. But that's mostly because of the just rigid, very traditional and very stable society that they knew what was working for thousands of years. So why break that system?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that could be applied to like separate galaxy or governments
Separate
in the Star Wars
planets.
universe. Yeah, planets.
Yeah,
I said galaxies, then universe.
I just say like I have the same philosophy with going from like Star Wars to 40K that there's like so many planets out there that aren't featured that you could just bring forth anything that existed prior in our world or just something that you completely made up and it could be a viable government on that planet.
Which is why there's so much potential for like developing Star Wars lore, which is what we were basically talking about earlier. And I don't understand why
something I
Disney
want to
doesn't
do. I want to do like Star Wars hot takes that we have. Which like what is your most
we can do that at the very we can do that at the very end.
Oh, the problem is it's like I think I might be leaving in like the next 10-20 minutes.
Well, yeah, no, that's around the time where we're going to be wrapping up anyway.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. So anyway, so we've okay. So Kilhoon, you and I agree. The Sith Empire of Darth Bishop is the sort of the most functional government in Star Wars canon.
Yeah.
And when I say canon, I'm including Legends in that too. But all right, Kamita, what would you say out of all the Star Wars governments, at least from your knowledge, which one would you say was the most stable? Oh, also, I'm going to add real quick. I'm sorry, not just the Sith Empire, but also the Fel Empire. But anyway, Kamata, what would you say?
I feel like if you lived in the core worlds besides the Clone Wars, I feel like I would like to live in the Empire in the core worlds during that time.
Fair.
Because I feel like that point is when it was the most stable.
Okay, but why would you argue that the Galactic Empire was the most efficient, especially in light that it fell apart so quickly?
I don't know. It's just like in like the mid rim, it's always like that's where they put down the rebellions the hardest.
Well, I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying like why the Empire.
Oh, that's basically the one I know the most about. I think.
Okay, that's at least you're being honest. I mean, I don't necessarily disagree. I mean, it was more stable than the Republic, and the only reason it didn't last as long is because you had internal factions that were subverting it. Number one, and then number two, Palpatine did his whole Operation Cinder. Which
if we're following canon, if we're following EU, then
I mean, if you're following EU, the Empire never really. I mean, and I know in canon, the Empire didn't really end, and it still existed in a limited form in the core and inner rim. But
that's less interesting.
But yeah, I mean, but if we go,
you don't take Rise of Skywalker as canon.
I mean, if we go by all of the stuff in the EU, though, the Empire never really ended. I mean, it sort of balkanized and came back together. But it was always more stable. It was more stable than the New Republic, and it was the driving force behind the creation of the Galactic Alliance. So, I mean, yeah,
and that's when
the Empire was definitely more stable than most of the republics. Either way, Ray, what would you say the most effective government in the Star Wars universe would be?
You mean in terms of potential or in terms of like real world actual outcome?
Both. We can do both. In the context of in the context of Star Wars and in the context of
Sorry, I shouldn't have said real world. I mean, I should have said like obviously by real world I mean real fake world. Do you get what I mean?
Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. I mean, you can do real world, which one would function best.
No, I mean there wouldn't be one in that case. But I mean, obviously, because there's no way to make that comparison.
These things are. I mean, these giant galactic spanning empires, they're too stupid to actually exist.
Well, not like that. But I mean, there'd be no way of layering one on top of the other because you can't condense it down, right? You'd be able to it'd either be all of them or none of them, right? Because in order to make them work in the simple world that the smaller world we presently inhabit, you would have to adjust them in ways that would ironically make them work.
Yeah.
So, to address them within the context, obviously, of the universe they inhabit, I'm probably going to get in trouble and say that the most quote effective government is actually the Galactic Empire of the
Like I said, Palpatine was the good guy.
Name, because I mean, it's one of those things
That's
where
your
like
hot take.
people can hate on it, but it was extraordinarily effective until it was, of course, brought down.
Yeah, so we're all like a fan of a autocratic empire here. No democracies work in the Star Wars galaxy.
Is probably not the appropriate word for it, but I mean, just in terms of.
I think the Sith Empire could
Look,
use some
globalism doesn't
some
work. That's the problem.
Some representation.
That's why the Republic failed. The planets have to have autonomy.
Can we also talk about? It reminds me. So we were talking about the populists and the centrists earlier in the new canon. What's interesting about them is, like I said, there was the right wing of the populists who wanted basically to dissolve the New Republic and just give individual planet autonomy, make them like self-governance, and then which is like even more extreme than the Articles of Confederation. And then you also have the left of the populists who basically just wanted direct democracy, everybody to have a say in political affairs. If you think about it,
that's the Senate.
I know, but there are people who wanted to abolish the Senate and then make it like everything on a referendum. It's kind of funny because the populist like party in this. I know that populist. I mean, I guess you could say sort of that democratic referendum thing is a pretty populist ideal, but generally that party is considered libertarian, at least according to Wikipedia. But if you think about it, that the idea of direct referenda in direct democracy and opening up voting to more people, that is like the most likely thing to establish authoritarianism, especially because it is the politicians that introduce referenda in the first place are often the ones that try to frame the referenda in their favor, and that ultimately leads basically power begets power from there.
Well, I mean, like authoritarianism
Caesarism,
come from anywhere.
Basically Caesarism.
I mean, like the Weimar Republic turned to it, basically, or like there's plenty of republics that turn into dictatorships.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's ever been a democracy that has not committed suicide.
I mean, there is one other group that I should have mentioned. I should have given an honorable mention, even though they weren't able to actually survive long enough for it to be proven to be so. But I just know that it would have been okay if the CIS had actually succeeded and hadn't been folded into the Galactic Empire at the end of it. Let's say they had been succeeded. Let's say it has succeeded and it actually seceded. Everything had gone the way it was supposed to, and you ended up with Count Dooku of Serrano actually running the place. The CIS probably would have been functional.
Very possible.
Because I mean, and of course, the reason we know the CIS would have been functional is
I'm still always
because the Galactic Empire afterwards was an empire of the periphery, right? And the same periphery from which the CIS was trying to consolidate itself anyway.
I mean, except for, I generally feel like, especially because of my economic views, I should be the type to side more with the CIS. But the thing is, the reason I don't see the CIS, number one, as the good guy. Well, first of all, the movies in the Clone Wars does a good job painting them out as the bad guy, but that's besides the point. But also because it's kind of like they were like artificially created anyway behind the scenes. It was astroturfed completely.
Well,
they were just taking advantage. They were taking advantage of sort of a crisis, and then
they have vastly different goals. It's just like they're not like. They don't share the same goals, basically.
But the thing is, like, Palpatine purposefully did it so they would secede.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm sure he could have, I mean, like, if he weren't a Sith Lord and he actually cared about unity, if he was more like, I guess, I'm not a huge fan of Abe Lincoln, but if he were an Abe Lincoln type figure, he would be out to preserve the Union, which is what he pretended to do in the Clone Wars. But he would have probably actually been successful in doing it, but he purposefully did things that would drive them away because he wanted to create a crisis.
Well, you could argue that he was successful, just he was successful in a way that no one could have anticipated, which is that basically he alienated the CIS in order to create the preconditions for a conflict, which then resulted in a resolution of the conflict in which you ended up with an empire of the periphery, right?
So you could argue
he did create unity, he just did it in a four-dimensional way.
What's because that does that really happen in lore, or like, because I can't think of a time it happened.
What? Say again?
Like say like Tatooine and like Alderaan went to war over something. I just don't think it really
Tatooine
happened.
didn't have a government.
Well, I mean, just like planets in general.
Planets in general going to war with each other. I know it's happened. I'm trying to think of the
Because
specific
that's something
incident
I
I'm
feel like
thinking
would
of.
happen with the CIS if it did win. I feel like they would turn against each other very quickly.
I'm remembering now. It was from Crimson Empire 2.
Mhm.
Can we all agree though that Palpatine was playing 4D Dejarik the whole time?
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm just saying, I just think like the CIS, after they defeat the Republic, they will basically cannibalize themselves.
I mean,
'Cause
that's also what the Confederacy of the United States would have done too. So I think it was kind of like inevitable for all these Confederacy systems to kind of go like down that route.
Oh, you mean
Yeah,
like
I mean, I'm
instead of
open to
like
the
fighting
idea
each
that
other,
could
they
be a
would succeed
possibility
from
too.
each
They
other?
might have ripped
Yeah,
themselves
they would
apart.
just secede from each other because they leave in all these
Unlimited
Confederacy
secession.
systems. They leave in their constitution that's like all these members can leave at any time. That was in the CSA of the United States, and then the CIS also had that clause like after the war that any planet that wants to leave they can leave.
But the irony is that the CSA, at least eventually, became a lot more. I mean, it wasn't. It was a little not necessarily on the surface. It didn't look like that, but it became a lot more centralized and like authoritarian. And this is not just because of the slavery aspect, but it became a lot more.
It's just because of the war, and like it essentially became a military junta towards the end.
Yeah, but
Oh yeah, it's like the government had no control over the military. The military had control over like the state. Well, you know, the
I mean, they
separatist
had
Senate.
to.
I mean, that really wasn't the case with like the U.S. during the Civil War, though.
Well, that's because the U.S. was like 3 times the size and like double the population. They didn't have to turn to the military to be the sole authority. The CSA kind of had to because they were fighting a desperate battle.
You see, now I'm happy because it's like now we're talking about like American history. That's like okay, I got this.
I mean, I honestly don't care about that era of U.S. history because my family was still over in Germany. But
oh yeah,
I mean, as interesting as the Civil War is, I personally, it's never been my core area of interest.
What's been your core interest?
Well, traditionally, always the sort of colonial era. So 1700s. But now my interest has generally shifted more to like the macrocosm of world history, like making all these connections and bringing everything together. Like I don't really like specialized history, like focusing on one specific aspect of one specific era, because I think that misses the bigger picture. And that's why that's partially the ethos of this stream too, why we're looking at sort of Star Wars politics as a whole and incorporating the EU and the games and the comics and the books, just from both of the continuities as well, is I think it helps us paint a more accurate picture rather than just focusing on like Republic and Empire, blah, 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 blah.
Mm-hmm.
So we've decided, so you and me, Kilhoun, so Sith Empire, Kamada, Galactic Empire, Rey, in terms of potential, Confederacy, Empire. And then
no, I chose Galactic Empire as the one that demonstrably works, considering the CIS didn't even like survive.
Yeah, and then you said CIS in terms of potential, or
yeah, I said the CIS should get honorable mention for having potential.
Yeah.
You get the participation trophy, CIS.
Participation trophy.
Dude, imagine.
Well, wait, doesn't that mean that all other factions have to get the participation trophy too?
No, some don't even deserve the participation trophy.
Well, yeah, no, but nobody deserves the participation trophy. Yet people still get participation trophies anyway. Everybody, because everyone's a winner in the 21st century.
Oh yeah, but I melt down those.
We believe in merit-based participation trophies, so there are some factions that just can't get them.
Sorry, I'm just trying to imagine Grievous after the Clone Wars, or like what at Grievous after the Confederacy wins, and I'm just like, he's probably gonna get tried for some more.
Anyway, what else? I mean, we're sort of coming close to.
Okay,
the end.
let's compare. Let's say who has the best military. Our opinions on that.
Probably. Okay, so I say overall again, Sith Empire, the true Sith Empire, but only because they also had Sith Lords fighting on the field. However, if you take the Sith out of the equation, the Galactic Empire.
I go with the Sith Empire, like even without the Sith Lords, because the Sith Empire is like I look at their rank structure, I look at their organization, I look at their
organization
practicality.
was basically the same as the Galactic. Like the Palpatine literally in the book of the Sith, Palpatine literally states that he modeled the Galactic Empire after the system of the old Sith Empire.
He modeled it a lot, but he failed to implement how it like truly function because they function more as a lot more unified force than the Galactic Empire did initially. And they were a lot more effective and a lot more, let's just say a more professional military than I would say even the Galactic Empire was. Like the Galactic Empire did have a professional military, I'm not saying that, but the Sith Empire just did it a lot better, and they generally had better equipment, they had better training regiments, they had a more cohesive military as well, and just overall a lot more effectiveness.
Okay, I'm going to say definitely CIS, Confederacy. Because if I'm fighting against yours, I need droids. Or like I need like I'm just imagining Sith Lords basically cutting down like thousands of troops. Like once Jedi or Sith cutting down thousands of like droids. And no human army
down those droid factories. There's a flaw with that though, because if you take over the droid factories or you take over the central control hub or whatever,
a virus,
or put in
but those viruses aren't really that effective in the long term. They might,
but then again, those really only apply because we need to remember there were two kinds. There were two waves of battle droids. There were the ones that were controlled by like central control ships, which is like, for instance, Anakin destroyed one of them, and then it shut down the entire army. But then what they did is, so it was more so that it was that the hardware, that the droid control ship was the hardware that sort of controlled the other droids, and the droids were like kind of like, I guess, the software. And then without the hardware, then the software doesn't work. They're just sitting duck. But then whereas like by the Clone Wars, I think each of the battle droids were an independent piece of hardware. And I think the Clone Wars taught, like in the show, like one of the battle droids was like, "Oh yes, I am an individually thinking droid." Remember all those old ones where it was something like that?
No, you want to tell you what my favorite quote from them are? "We are independent thinkers."
Yeah, I think that's what it was.
I just like it when Grievous smashes one out of anger, and it's like, "Oh, Grievous, those battle droids are expensive." It's like, And
then I like the one was like the part I didn't understand the Clone Wars is like when Yoda destroyed a battle droid and he's like, "No, I just got promoted." It's like, do droids get promoted? I thought that they were just manufactured to be certain ranks.
It's like that.
That was a joke though. That was more of a joke.
Yeah, it's like I think that joke was meant for kids, of course. Yeah. But now that we're looking back at it, it's like that doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Okay, but there's another reason why I prefer the droid army. Just logistics. They're cheap. You don't have to pay their food, water. Basically, what are other things? You don't need medicine. You just give them a cheap blaster, and you can send like 1 billion of them after them.
I mean, have you actually had to maintain electronical equipment for long periods of time?
Yeah, because like a lot of the human recruits or human alien recruits in the Confederate Army were engineers. Like their entire purpose, like the actual human soldiers were the ones they were responsible for, like basically logistics and logistics, and then making sure the droid army was like functioning and they were like controllers, and then
exactly. It's very similar to manufacturing drones in the
Yeah.
in real world, right? It's not
Precisely.
inexpensive to do that.
I just still think it would be more inexpensive compared to human soldiers.
I just think it would be harder to manage.
Yeah, it'd be extremely hard to manage.
I think a versatile force. That's why I like the Imperial Army, the Galactic Empire, because it was very versatile. You had battle droids, you had stormtroopers, were like the shock troops, and then you had regular army Imperial Guard soldiers, and then
the
you had
Galactic
Inquisitors.
Empire was less willing to use the droids though because of the whole stigmatization from the Clone Wars.
They didn't use those battle droids. They used the Dark Troopers.
Yeah, the Dark Troopers were definitely a thing that they were willing to use. That was.
But that's because they were not like overt about it. Like if you look at the Sith Empire, it's like that's more in the lines of like actually using battle droids in conjunction with actual regular army troops.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just imagining like 35 Hellfire droids.
I guess you could say the Dark Troopers were not even like a thing that was unless I'm wrong, but I don't think the Dark Troopers thing was a thing that was used during Palpatine's reign anyway. We see Moff Gideon using them, but that might have been developed only during his time.
Oh, that
who was it who created the Dark Troopers again? It was like that scientist dude who had that weird looking ship.
But even then, like there was several variations of the Dark Troopers. Like there were the droid ones, and then there were the human ones. Like
the cyborgs.
Yeah,
the cyborgs were the first ones, and then they perfected them and turned them into droids.
Oh, right. I was just unaware of this then.
So,
I was under the mistaken assumption that the first time these appeared was when Moff Gideon was using them. My bad.
Well, that was the first time they appeared on screen. But then also, so one of my problems, I guess, with Star Wars and referring to the militaries, you have, it's basically, you see the Republic. Republic is clones. Confederacy are battle droids. Empire, stormtroopers. And then rebels, just like rebels. But it's like, no, armies, I understand it's kind of like number one, an aesthetic thing, and then plus it's for the sake of simplicity, so you kind of know who's who and who's fighting who. But in real life, armies are a lot more versatile than that. It's like, if you play any like real-time strategy game, you need to have a balance. It's like playing like Age of Empires.
Or if you actually join the military.
Yeah. But if you play like Age of Empire, you have to have a mixture of cavalry, artillery, and
then where's your combat engineers to clear out the minefields? Where's your logistics to make sure everybody has food? Where's your medical guys? So in case
logistics are among the most important. Like for instance, Alexander the Great's army. It was the people responsible for Alexander's successes. It was two things. Number one, it was because he ignored all previous like norms when it came to warfare. And then number two, and this is like many people don't talk about this, it was his logistical experts who kept the soldiers fed and managed to just maintain the upkeep. Like that was like one of the true reasons behind Alexander's great success. There's an entire book about that. It was actually David Friedman, the economist, recommended it to me when I interviewed him. But
there's like so many like facets. Like if you look at like the roster of jobs in the U.S. Army, it's like that job is there for a reason. Like it's needed somewhere. It's like we even have food specialists, even though most of the time we hire civilian contractors to do most of our food. In a combat zone, we need dedicated people that can cook.
Yeah.
And then we have dedicated people just to fix like just Abrams tanks. Like there's mechanics that only specialize in that. Then there's like vehicle mechanics. There's small arms maintenance. There's like all these different jobs because somewhere they're needed.
Yeah. And I kind of feel like the CIS way of doing things like literally ignores all of that, which is the main problem that I would have with saying that theirs was the quote best. It wasn't, I don't think, because when you're trying to do all that stuff with droids have a limit to what they can actually do.
So on that note, we are over the 4-hour mark. Not expecting to go this long.
I was just going to pose two serious problems. You're dealing with Jedi, so you're going to need a huge army to deal with them, because one Jedi could clear out like thousands of droids and probably like hundreds of like human targets in like seconds.
Or so you just actually get automatic weapon fire on them, and then they start crumbling.
Yeah.
Nah, I mean, like, you see some Jedi, like, Anakin's... Well, maybe it's just plot armor, to be honest.
Just dig a trench, put a bunch of machine guns in a line, and if you see a glow stick in the background, just start shooting at it.
Or
Well,
bring
didn't you see what happened?
or bring Admiral Trench, the spider captain. Remember him? It was the spider who led the Separatist fleet.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That guy was kind of cool. Anyway, so we are over 4 hours right now. We beat last Friday at this point, so we won't end right this second, of course, because we still need to wrap up. But I was thinking, anybody just at least in regard to the, and I don't mean this as like final comments necessarily, but at least in regards to this particular topic, does anybody have any like sort of final things they want to say before we before we move on to the hot takes?
The droid army, best army ever. They can beat anyone. Look, they don't have to deal with disease either. Look, that's my last point.
That is a fair point, but still.
Unless the disease is digital, in which case then enjoy your antivirus scans.
Okay. Look, they use NordVPN. They're fine.
And on that note, everybody, today's episode of the Political Pigpen is brought to you by NordVPN and Raid Shadow Legends.
The Sith Empire today is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends.
Look, the droid army is sponsored by NordVPN, so we're automatically better.
Today's episode is brought to you by Raycon. Either way, Ray and Kilhoun, do you have last things to say on this particular subject?
I mean, all I have to say about the Sith Empire is they were the most based military, universal conscription for everyone, and once you're done with that, then you go live a healthy imperial life.
And Ray?
Yeah. I mean, what I'd say is basically I'm fully ready to be cancelled for sympathizing with Wilhuff Tarkin. I'm ready for that cancellation.
Dude, he's hot. I mean, never mind.
I mean, he's based, so who knows?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, obviously, I'm not sure who exactly will cancel me.
Wait, can you look up Wilho Tarkin from like the Bad Batch? Because he looks bad.
No, we don't have time. We don't have time for that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So anyway, moving on real quick. Star Wars hot takes. Who wants to go first, or should I? I don't know. I kind of want to go second or third. I'll go third. Who wants it? Let's do alphabetical order.
Oh God, that'd be me.
Yeah.
God.
Star Wars hot take.
Ooh, I don't really have one.
You have to have one. You have to. I mean, that's the point. Everyone has to have one.
God. Yeah, no, nothing's coming up.
No, you have to have one. Just say something. Just pull something out of your ass. Even you have to have one.
All right.
Something that was unpopular opinion as it relates to Star Wars. Like say, even if it's like,
even if it's not,
even something like Rey is the bestest ever. Just something.
All right. The Jedi exile deserved to be a man.
What?
I'll have to. There's actually something I want to have a conversation with you afterwards that you might be interested in. That sort of has to do with that. We won't mention it right now, but I think it'll be interesting. So stick around afterwards. I'll talk to you about it. But it sort of pertains to that. But anyway, so next we have Kay. Kamada, what is your Star Wars hot take? I know you've been saying them all night. With your Palpatine was the good guy and battle droids are the best army.
All right,
but you obviously had another one in mind.
Okay, wait. Wait, you might have to come back to me because I was thinking of it and then it just left my mind.
Okay,
Revenge. No, Return of the Jedi was my favorite Star Wars movie because I thought Yoda was boring in Empire Strikes Back.
My brother cried when he saw Star Wars Episode 6 for the first time and Yoda died.
Yeah, I actually did feel really bad when he died, but I just didn't care for Yoda in like Episode 5.
He was hilarious in Episode 5. He was fucking hilarious. Like,
I don't know why I didn't care for him.
He's laughing. He's like, no, mine.
Whenever we went to the swamp, I was just like, nah, I want to see Han Solo. I want to see Lando.
To be fair, that was kind of the most quote-unquote boring part. the early swamp scenes, with the exception of the Yoda parts. But I mean, I guess it was just because of the setting more so. Like Cloud City was just so much cooler.
Yeah,
But
I think that might have been it, but it's just like that's the whole reason why I prefer Return of the Jedi, even though they're the Ewoks.
so on that note, mine is sort of an inverse of yours, not really, but kind of. Mine
Then
is
it's not how to take. Everybody loves Empire.
mine is
Return.
Revenge of the Sith is better than Return of the Jedi.
Ooh, okay, that's
Yeah,
okay.
I
Return of the
actually agree with
Jedi.
that.
Revenge of the Sith is more memeable and it's a more fun movie. But Return of the Jedi is a better story, or like it's more well put together.
And then also, what's interesting is I mean, I guess what's also interesting about the prequels as compared to the originals, like the prequels definitely have like a much larger scale in terms of like it keeps jumping back and forth. And I know again the original trilogy does this, but the original trilogy has a much more streamlined narrative, following, and it actually has like it's clear who the main character is.
To be
Luke
honest,
Skywalker. But
problem
whereas
with the prequels,
no, I'm just
is
saying
that-
with the prequels,
oh.
there's really, I mean, it's an ensemble cast, and I know the originals were an ensemble cast too, technically, but it's an ensemble cast in the sense where like there's not really a core main character in the same way that there is in the original trilogy with Luke Skywalker. And I'd say if anyone was the main character throughout the Star Wars prequels, and I don't know if this is unpopular, but I would say if there had to be a main character in the Star Wars prequels, it was Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Yeah, I feel like everybody agrees with that because everybody liked Obi-Wan Kenobi the most.
I mean, it's
Well,
like because
episode
the entire the prequel is from his perspective.
Yeah,
Like, I mean, yeah, it's about Anakin, but it's more or less in the same way. No, it's basically like the
Am I
Great
wrong,
Gatsby.
or
The
you
Great
didn't
Gatsby, like
Anakin until like the second act of
it's like
episode 2
Yeah.
or episode 1.
it's like the book The Great Gatsby is about Jay Gatsby, but it is from the perspective of Nick, and it's Nick is the main character, and it's from his perspective, but it is the story of not so much his story but more Gatsby. Like, does that make sense? Obi-Wan is like sort of the observer main character. I mean, he does like have arcs and stuff, but
No,
definitely
okay.
Anakin
You
is
wanna
the one
say
who
my
really
least favorite
changes the
thing
most.
about episode 2.
What?
Literally, this is my hottest take. Count Dooku was fucking wasted in that movie. You have somebody who's Obi-Wan's master, and he gets nothing, or like they don't focus on that at all.
Yeah, if you think about it, he was barely fleshed out, really, because I mean, you see the episode 2 to episode 3. There's so much things that happened in between then. If you really think about it, it's kind of a strange jump.
It's just like there's so much dialogue there. It's like Count Dooku tries to recruit Obi-Wan, tells him the truth about the Empire or the Emperor, or not the Palpatine.
And he says, "Together we can destroy the Sith." That was kind of a funny line.
And he's being honest. It's just like I honestly believe he would have been written better if he kind of flipped at some point or something.
Yeah.
Oh, another hot take: Obi-Wan should have taken the death sticks in that movie.
It would have been like you would have had like remember that scene in Beavis and Butthead Do America where they ate the cactus and they went on that really trippy trip. It should have been like that with Obi-Wan taking the death sticks. But it's like, you want to buy some death sticks? You don't want to sell me death sticks. I don't want to sell you death sticks. You want to go home and kill yourself. I want to go home and kill myself.
Wait, okay, there's one other thing about Attack of the Clones that I actually do love. When Anakin jumps out of that speeder bike and like falls like 500 feet, Obi-Wan's like, "Oh, you're crazy," or what does he say? Or like, "My Padawan" or something?
No, he's like, or what does he say? My very young apprentice.
No, you want to tell you why that annoyed me? He literally ran out a window to jump onto a probe droid.
That is
Obi-Wan.
true.
And he's like hypocritical of Anakin for doing something that stupid.
Well, also, I've noticed something funny. Remember when he's like, what is it? It's the Sith are. Wait,
the Sith don't deal with absolutes.
No. What's funny is the thing is, Hold on. What was the thing Anakin said before that? Hold on. Oh, hold on. Don't say anything.
Only the Sith. Oh, sorry.
Oh, hold on. I'm trying to remember what Anakin said before that.
If you're not with me, then
No,
you're
yeah,
my
no,
enemy.
yeah, no. So Anakin says, "If you're not with me," or no, that's not what he says. Hold on,
It's gonna drive you crazy.
because I know what I'm going to say.
I remember.
Oh yeah,
when
no.
I was-
So he says, "If you're not with me, then you're my enemy," and then he says, and then Kenobi says, "Only Sith deal in absolutes." The thing is,
That's an absolute.
and that's not an absolute.
Yeah.
That's an ultimate. That is an ultimatum. Well, saying you're either with me or against me, that is an ultimatum. That is not an absolute. Saying only Sith believe in absolutes, that is actually an absolute. I thought that's kind of fun. Again, it's like those little problems. That's. I mean, I know there's a lot of problems with the writing and the prequels, but that's like one of those little teeny tiny nitpicks that only somebody who like is really basically something only really like an English major.
One hot take
Yeah.
that I'll make, which is like a hot take beyond hot takes, because criticizing any of the writing in The Mandalorian is essentially blasphemy, but I'm going to do it now. I'm assuming that everyone's watched everything, so it's not a spoiler for me to point this out, given it happens pretty early anyway. When the client is accidentally killed in the cantina because the Death Troopers of Moff Gideon decide to fire through the cantina's front window, the client probably, in my view, should not have died then, because there was a lot of development this character could have gone
was
through. 'Cause
forced.
It was seriously cool, but they unfortunately allowed him to die in that scene, and were not able to develop this character more fully. I mean, this was one of those great characters that had me from the time that he appears in that dim room, and he says, like, "It is good to restore the natural order of things after a period of such disarray, don't you agree?" Like, every single line he had was like a beautiful, beautiful line, and he had like the accent, he had everything. It was seriously great, but he didn't last long enough, in my opinion. They could have.
Wait,
they
was he
could
an
have
he was an Imperial, right? Yeah.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah, he was the former Imperial. It was responsible for like brokering the deal of transferring the child across to
That's
Dr.
right.
Pershing, right? And it didn't work out, obviously, because life comes at you fast, and so it ended up playing out as
Life
him
comes at you
actually
fast.
Yeah.
If you, what was it, the Ferris Bueller? Anyway, I
Was that
forgot
your
it.
hot take? That seemed like, oh, I wish their character survived.
Well, that's
for
real. That's
longer.
something like really
Yeah.
specific that not many people think. Like, how's
Yeah,
that a
yeah,
hot take?
yeah.
That's
Also,
just
you're
that's
not
more of a
supposed to-
that's more of an opinion on a very very specific thing.
That's like me
Yes,
saying, like,
but-
you know
but
what?
it's-
It's a
it's a
hot take.
subtle-
I wish Mace Windu survived, or like,
Well, no.
No,
Because
I mean,
because
then
a lot
again,
of people
everyone
make
survives
that
their
one,
fault.
but in this one, the reason why this one is a hot take is because literally no one ever criticizes any part of the writing of the Mandalorian, because you will die if you do. So, so it was a hot take in that sense.
Oh, speaking of the Mandalorian. Speaking of the Mandalorian, completely forgot for character political beliefs. We forgot to do Cara Dune.
ooh, Republican.
Yeah. No, honestly, I mean, okay. To be fair with her, like we don't. I mean, she probably is. She probably does lean conservative, but like she never, like, but that's more so just like in hindsight. She never even really did anything, like in the moment, that would like make you like. Like, you know what I
what
mean?
did
She
she
was
do
she
that
was
was so
literally
bad?
dragged into it because they were like, you don't have your pronouns in your Twitter bio.
Ooh.
It's like okay. I mean, it's like okay, I'm clearly a, and then she was like, okay, I'm clearly a woman, and then people got offended because she said that, and it's like, well, what? First of all, why are you trying to pressure somebody to put like this little thing that's absolutely meaningless
Yeah.
into when anybody can figure something out? Like, I mean, you could just talk to somebody or look at somebody, and I mean, you'll know what their pronoun is just by talking, pretty much just by talking to them, unless there's some like
Oh yeah, and if
weird,
you
like,
assume wrong, most of the time
post-gendered
they will tell
person.
you, and most people
It
would
was-
adjust to
But
it.
no, but then she changed it as a joke. She changed it to like beep boop bop or something like that. Kind of like I have my pronouns in my Twitter bio as who what or who what when. But
Yeah.
but yeah, no. And then people got mad and said she was like making fun of trans people. And then
Wasn't there something like people were calling her anti-Semitic, by the way? Or
oh
something?
no. So this is funny. So there's all these little things that they're trying to cancel her for until finally, like the straw on the camel's back was like the dumbest thing. She was talking like she was basically criticizing, basically
like
sort of she was calling out, but basically the she was talking about hey like we're so divided. She basically made a tweet talking about hey, we're so divided right now. This country's so divided. We need to stop like teaming up on on like our neighbors and that sort of thing, and trying to like call them out and trying to vilify them and stuff. And then she said it. I mean, to be fair, it was a little bit hyperbolic. But
yeah, but
I mean, she made a point. But she was saying like back in the early days of Nazi Germany, there weren't like basically when there weren't policies necessarily to like take these people and put them in ghettos and concentration camps and stuff. But within the culture itself, you had like high profile people who were pressuring others to turn in their neighbors. And she was basically saying this. She was basically saying that
it's hyperbolic, but wasn't it the case where it's just like, didn't the Nazis justify like them arresting of Jews, and they even try to say like, oh, we're doing this for their own protection?
I don't know. I don't
think they did that. I think they were quite brazen with what they were actually doing.
Well, no, we're not getting into a discussion about the Nazis. People. I just want to say, like with the Gina Carano thing, it was basically. I mean, she was more or less like correct in saying, "Hey, this is a really slippery slope." Basically, we're living in a time right now, where. No, we're living in a time right now where basically like you have these like elites who are basically trying to keep us divided, and they're basically egging you on to try to call out people for all like these little tiny things, and then that could always escalate because we've seen in the past, in previous times in history, that has escalated. However, I mean, she did do the whole Godwin's law thing, appealing to the Nazis. Yeah, it was literally
Godwin's law.
It was Godwin's, but either way,
that people had was that they viewed it as a minimization of the Holocaust because she was essentially comparing like being censored on social media to being sent to a death camp.
She wasn't even talking about her. She was just talking about like people in general, and she wasn't talking about death camp. She was talking about like turning in people.
Well, I mean, like when you talk about like Nazis and turning in people, your first thought is like
which is why it was very hyperbolic. I think she could have done something like having to do with like Soviets telling their kids to turn in their parents or something. I mean, she could have chosen it like anything else. But either way, I mean, what she said was still, I mean, her point is still very much valid. And
I mean, I agree with you. Her point was valid, and it was mostly correct.
But it wasn't. But the thing is, the way she did it wasn't extremely offensive. It was just hyperbolic and kind of like an eye roll. It was just Godwin. It was just like it doesn't merit getting fired over.
Most people have suggested that same thing though. Like if anyone else had made that same comparison, they would have gotten in big trouble for it as well. Because I mean, people are constantly being told don't do. Yeah, I mean, I've even been told like don't do comparisons to the Holocaust because you can't.
But it wasn't It wasn't even comparing to the Holocaust. It was talking about early 1930s.
Can I send you an image
turning in your neighbors? And she didn't even specify the Jews, and she also didn't even specify that it was the left targeting conservatives. People just made that assumption. I mean, that's probably basically what she meant, but people were still nonetheless making that assumption. And then what's funny is you literally had on a couple weeks ago on Real Time with Bill Maher, a former Democratic congresswoman,
doing the same
doing this, basically did you hear about this? She basically came in, and when Bill Maher was like, look, I don't watch The Mandalorian. I could do way better things with my life or something. But it's like you have this lady or this actress who basically is saying like, is basically just making a dumb Nazi comparison and trying to make a point that is more or less valid. Like, we don't need to cancel people for that. We have like bigger fish to fry. And then this former U.S. senator comes out and says, well, she is literally a Nazi. Those were the exact words that came out of her mouth. She said she is literally a Nazi. It's like, wasn't she basically compare? Yeah, so she's calling a person a Nazi for making basically a hyperbolic Twitter post comparing comparing sort of treatment of a certain political group to the Nazis. Like,
Yeah, I mean, I
that's
don't
not a
think
very
she should have
Nazi
been-
thing.
I
to
don't
say.
think
I
she
mean,
should have been fired for it either, because that doesn't make any sense, particularly when you consider that Gina Carano was not the only person to have done this. If you actually scroll back on Pascal's timeline, you find he actually did the exact same thing. So it's one of those things where, like, okay, so if Gina Carano can't come back to the Mandalorian because she said that thing, the guy who literally plays the Mandalorian himself, Din Djarin, also did the exact same thing. So, like, you're gonna not bring back Din Djarin now? Is he just gonna no longer appear in his own show?
To be honest,
there could be two reasons for that. The first reason is number one, she's more expendable by comparison. She needed to be a sacrificial lamb, and he's the main character, and they can't afford to fire him because he almost walked out once already. So that's one thing. Another thing is
why did he almost walk out?
The second possibility is, yes, they're biased against people who don't toe the woke liberal line. Could be one. Could be a mixture of both too.
Oh yeah, because I mean, to be clear, I mean, Pascal's use of the same type of trope was he was actually doing it from the other way around, as in he was doing it and saying that it was American conservatives who were acting like Nazi Germany, right? So it was
wasn't that with the
same
camps
comparison.
though, or like the
immigration
camps?
Yes, that was what that was what he was saying. That basically he was saying
that is not an unfair
border camps.
But to be fair, that is not an unfair comparison, because what they're doing at the border is absolutely egregious. But I don't think that is necessarily an inaccurate comparison. I mean, maybe you could leave the Nazis out of it and just say you could say internment camp. Maybe that would be a better way of phrasing it.
Yeah,
but at the same time, you can't just criticize.
Think of, like,
you can't just criticize conservatives for doing this, because this has been basically a permanent policy of every single administration that's just carried on ever since Barack Obama in 2009. And this isn't me saying, oh, Barack Obama was the real bad guy. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, the facts are he was the one who started the thing. He was deporter in chief, deported more immigrants than any other president in history, including Donald Trump. Not to say Donald Trump may have, if he had been in 2 terms, we know he could have deported more. But either way, no. But this whole thing, it's not just a conservative thing. It is a government. It is like, it's a government policy, not just a conservative policy. So you have to be consistent, and you can't just blame it on conservatives anyway. You have to blame it on the people in charge in general, all across the board.
Look, I just sent you something. It was a comparison I saw that invoked the Nazis. I sent it to you. I just want you to look at it and possibly share it, because it really made me upset.
I'll take a look when we're done.
I think it's one of those things where, I mean, I agree that Pascal's comparison is like it's in the realm, in the sense that we can understand why he would make that comparison, given that he's comparing one camp to another camp, right? But I think in both instances, obviously, neither of them should get in trouble for making this comparison. It's just that obviously, I think Gina Carano's comparison was the less sensible one. I don't think.
I mean, I feel like both.
She could have. I mean, again, she was speaking truth, but at the same time, it wasn't that it didn't. The analogy didn't land. There are other things. I mean, however, I feel like the reason she picked that one in particular is because everyone knows that. She didn't want to pick something more obscure that people didn't know. But either way, she could have still said something like, it's like 1984. She could have just done that. It's like 1984, where
but I'm pretty sure
neighbors have to turn in.
She was going to get fired for this. I don't think that.
No, but she wouldn't have gotten fired if she said 1984. I think she could have just. I mean, it wasn't a big deal. I think it's just kind of like it's just. I mean, we kind of phrase things all the time. I all the time I make terrible analogies on here. So I mean, I probably make some of the worst analogies and some of the best analogies. Not to toot my own horn, but either way, I mean, but did we even know? Do we even know? I mean, she probably is at this point, just kind of putting things into perspective, especially because she's went on she went on Ben Shapiro's show, and apparently she agreed to do a project or something.
Yeah, they're making a movie together.
Yeah. Oh boy, the Daily Wire movie. Oh boy, fantastic.
Imagine TYT makes a movie.
Yeah. No, but either way, so yeah, I mean, she probably does align with the politics more than. But was there even indication, like, but she was never even particularly political, though. She was just like not caving into people who are trying to pressure her to do something stupid, like put pronouns in her Twitter bio, and she was criticizing cancel culture, and then yet people automatically go and assume she's a conservative for just for not taking bullshit. And mind you, this is before she said the whole Nazi thing, but still, like, I mean, people are calling her conservative and right wing, and I think because she liked one tweet by like Rand Paul or something where he was talking about
Well, I mean, okay,
where he was talking about like ending where he was talking about something about, it was either like ending a war or something about police or something criticizing police brutality, and it's because she liked somebody of the opposite side. It's like, can't you agree with something someone says but not necessarily be endorsing the person? Like, I've on my Twitter account, I've retweeted Bernie Sanders before. I've retweeted Tucker Carlson before. I'm sure you
retweeted Trump before.
I've retweeted Trump before. I've retweeted Hillary Clinton before. Do you know why? Because I retweet things that I see, I like, and I agree with. And you know what? Sometimes broken clocks are right. Actually, they're always right twice a day. So I'm just gonna like what I like, tweet what or retweet what I tweet, whatever. But yet apparently those equal endorsements these days. But yeah, anyway, Gina Carano, what would she be? Or not Gina, Cara Dune.
Let's see. She was a rebel. So that means
she's from Alderaan, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so she was probably a rebel terrorist. All right, what else?
Then she became the marshal.
So she's a back blue government supporting freedom fighter. Sorry, I'm kind of tired, so I can't really think of anything.
Yeah, I think we're gonna. I think this is probably a good place. Yeah. Good place to stop. I mean, we're just kind of at this point. We're just talking about cancel culture. We need to have We need to have that cancel culture stream sometime. I mean, I remember we mentioned it. It was It was me and Chicago. Me and Chicago were basically giving
Chicago liberal.
Yeah. He and I were basically
How's
giving.
He doing? I haven't seen him in forever.
He doesn't want to come on streams with Ray. But,
yeah, apparently he's offended by my existence.
Yeah, he really is. It's I'd love to see
because I dissed him a million years ago for like a silly thing he was actually doing, and he took offense at being dissed. So
what I'd love is to see you, academic agent, and him on a stream sometime with me moderating. Because I know Chicago and you are going to be at it, and then you and academic agent are going to be at it, and then as you and academic agent are at it, the Chicago's just going to is just going to yell at him, "Shut the fuck up, Iranian!" Like that's yeah. I just
no, I don't think it will go that way. I think what will end up happening is that the two of them will essentially team up and declare that I am racist and that I must be cancelled. That's what they would do.
When Chicago is
the same thing.
When Chicago. I know he's probably joking, but because I know he's a person of color, but he says but he claims to be racist.
Well, apparently he's extremely fragile despite making this claim.
He jokes about being a Japanese supremacist and that he hates Koreans, but
which is
and the Chinese. He doesn't like Chinese.
Which is ironic, given that his reason for hating me is because of the fact that I criticized his insufficient what's the word for it? His insufficient regard for the Japanese people. So that's literally the reason he hates me. So like, how is he so wounded by this? So he claims to be like pro-Japanese, holds exactly zero pro-Japanese opinions, and is then offended by the fact that I called him out on this.
He does a good Trade Federation Japanese accent. he actually does it perfectly. He's like he said like stuff like, "She, I can't do that." Like he does that perfectly. But yeah, no, but either way. So On
But
that note,
in
okay,
serious
no,
note,
so yeah,
I
no,
would
so
have,
about
I would
the
have no
cancel
problem with him
culture.
coming on at some point. Like, I'm
Yeah.
not obviously not going to like attack him or whatever. He'd be the one trying to attack me.
Either way, cancel culture or the cancel culture stream. It was me in Chicago, and we were teaming up on who's the other guy? Chris LaFawn. He said that cancel culture. He made a hot take. He said cancel culture wasn't a thing, and so we were like pretty much most of the stream was ganging up on him. And this was the very first episode of the Political Pigpen back in August, and we were like, oh yeah, we need to do a cancel culture stream sometime. So yeah, we should do that sometime.
Also, seems slightly contradictory anyway, because Chris LaFont should totally be aware of the fact that there is a cancel culture that exists.
I mean, there's cancel culture on the. I mean, the thing is, cancel culture exists, but it's not just on the left.
Exactly.
Because I think it's definitely it's mostly dominated by the left currently, but for the longest time, especially in like the 80s and 90s, it was like Dungeons and Dragons, Harry Potter.
Yeah, everything was under cancel culture coming from the right.
Mass Effect. Do you guys remember that? Mass Effect was Fox News ran a segment about how it's porn.
I mean, at one point,
when you just see an alien's ass for like 3 seconds.
I mean, at one point, evangelicals even had like a cancel culture against Sailor Moon. So I mean,
wait. What about? Did they have a cancel culture against? Did they have cancel culture against Boku no Pico?
Look, that deserves to be canceled.
Not familiar.
Let's
not talk about that on the stream.
Do you know what it is, Ray?
No, I said not familiar. So tell me after the stream if it's something horrendous.
It is horrendous. I mean, it's not something that would get me banned off the stream, but I mean, we've been going on for so long. But either way, so now we are at the end of the episode. Let's just give one by one final thoughts, just on number one on the topic itself, just sort of like your final your final paragraph of the essay, as it were, just like your little monologue, everybody, on just the topic itself and the importance of whatever it was we talked about, and then after that, how you think the stream went. We'll start with Darth Kilhoun.
I think that this has been a very productive series, relatively speaking. I think we covered way too much. But I think we covered a lot of grounds that a lot of YouTubers tend not to talk about, especially relating it to our modern world. So hopefully kudos to us. Don't really have many other final thoughts.
You don't have any final thoughts relating to like the topic itself, or how you think the stream itself? I mean, you said the stream went well, but
I mean, like I thought we were like talking about all these streams.
Oh yeah, all these streams, yeah.
I think what went well the most is like we all kind of knew coming in like where kind of we thought everybody was going to stand, and like we weren't truly unprepared. And the last stream we just kind of shot by the seat of our pants, which actually worked out very well.
It was nice low key, yeah. Wait, are you talking about the last one we did, the one before this one?
Yeah, the one before this one.
Okay, the one where I showed up for like the last hour of it?
Yeah. The one that we didn't have as many viewers. But that's fine. That was more of a fun one where we shat on Dave Rubin for like not quite a quarter of it, but basically Dave Rubin's Star Wars takes are why fandom gatekeeping is important.
Yep.
He just kept getting stuff wrong about the series.
Yeah. And he called the Republic or the Galactic Empire the Galactic Republic. But either way, so thank you, Darth Kilhoun, for coming on. This was I consider these past 4 streams a single episode, so basically a single 14-hour episode. So that's
this
fun.
is longer than episode 3.
Yeah. So thank you. Thank you for coming on. I definitely like to have you on future episodes, non-Star Wars related ones. But yes, you were great. Basically, I would say out of everybody, especially because you came each time, you're basically like my unofficial co-host for this episode. But either way, thank you so much for coming on. And Kamada, I know you basically joined like
1 episode
ago. like 3/5 into the episode, aka the last hour of the 3rd stream of episode 21 of the Political Pigpen. But either way, it was great having you. And I'd like to see if you have any just final thoughts on the topic and how you think the stream went.
Yo, it was fun. I'll be honest though, I felt super bad that I missed like the first one because I thought that's what all you were gonna do for Star Wars. So I was really happy when I caught the second one for like the last tail hour.
No, that was the third one actually.
Oh, third. You made like how many did you make?
4.
Man, 4. Well, I'm glad I caught it because it was a lot of fun. We were making fun of Dave Rubin and shoot, we were what was else? We were comparing Star Wars characters or like more political ideologies. My favorite part was talking about favorite armies though. I feel like I should have did more research into like Roman history because you guys were talking about that for like 30 minutes at one point. And I was just like silent for most of it. But I had a lot of fun, and I would say one thing. I would like to do a lore about Fallout New Vegas.
I need to play I've actually never played New Vegas. My brother has though. And
dude, it's a great game. You would like it.
He loves Caesar's Legion.
You know that's like the most.
No, we should know. Do you know who we should have on? The guy from my server. We should have Mr. House from my server on. There's a guy named Mr. House. He's like a classical liberal academic agenty type guy.
That's how Mr. House is in the game.
Yeah, exactly. That's why he's named Mr. House.
Ah.
Anyway, I don't know if he can come on. He's kind of I don't think he's much of a stream guy. But either way, thank you, Kamita, for coming on. I'd love to have you on for future episodes. And finally, last but not least, Ray Murasami.
Yeah, so I remember at the beginning you asked, like back
as in the beginning of this stream or the beginning of the
beginning of the whole thing. You asked whether we were going to find out the reason as to why someone who professes third worldism would actually be low key, having positive opinions on the galactic empire of all things. And I think by this point, after hearing about the empire of the outside and the logic behind it, people might be able to understand how that galaxy came to exist. Pun entirely intended.
You have any comments like on just the streams as a whole,
of course,
and just the broader subjects?
Yeah, on the broader subjects in the stream, I think this was actually fantastic. It was a great stream. It should be done. I mean, there should be more of these at some point. I don't know whether on the same franchise or not, but basically, I think this went extremely well. At the beginning, I was slightly skeptical as to like where this would end up going, but over the time, I think you've proven yourself to be like super capable of directing the conversation correctly.
You stayed on topic too, somehow.
Yeah, and people stayed on topic. It was absolutely fantastic. So I would literally say that you've done an absolutely fantastic job. Very commendable.
Well, thank you. And if I was thinking of if this is popular among my audience, I've considered maybe do like a not necessarily a weekly thing, but like a sort of maybe monthly or every other week, or just play it by ear sort of series focusing on individual political and philosophical aspects of Star Wars.
I'm just going to say this one thing. You might want to cut up this video a little bit so people can see like the best parts.
Yeah, or just do I would be interested. Like just do like 1 hour streams here and there, episodes specifically just all about Star Wars, but the more philosophical and political, just a very intellectually aligned stream, less so nerdy, but like not like strictly pop culture and like story, like you know what I mean. So
you can watch like Star Wars movies in this time.
So I mean, if there is demand for that, or you can watch the entire series. But if there is demand for that, I will be more than happy to explore doing that sort of thing. Otherwise, I think that this series went pretty well. Definitely went on 3 episodes longer than I thought. I mean, and I know I decided to do the May 4th one at the last minute because I realized, it's May the 4th. Might as well be able to continue it then. So that was a last minute thing.
Hey, you know what would be kind of fun?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry. But yeah, no, it went on 3 sort of 2 episodes longer than I thought it would. But we covered a lot of ground. I'm glad that it ended up working out this way. But I think this stream has made me decide that occasionally I'm going to do a political pigpen focusing on the politics of, I don't know, different, I guess, franchises in pop culture or books or movies or concept albums. something like that. I don't know. Like we can do an entire stream on Pink Floyd's Animals. That would be a good one, especially because the Pigs 3 Different Ones is technically my channel's theme song. But either way, or the live streams at least. But either way, yeah, I very glad. This was definitely experimental, and I think the experiment was even more successful than whatever this thing that we call the American experiment is. So, Kamita, did you have one last thing to say?
I mean, it's kind of unrelated to the philosophy, but I just wouldn't mind reviewing like Star Wars properties. It's just like the Bad Batch comes out, we review the whole season.
I'm trying to keep more of a. I don't want to become a pop culture channel. As a matter of fact, my original plan back in 2015 is there were multiple times. There were like 4 different eras where I was planning on starting a YouTube channel, but something happened that prevented me each time. My initial idea for a YouTube channel, the very first one, was a Star Wars lore channel, believe it or not. But either way, on that note, thank you everybody for tuning in. Everyone who stuck with us for these 4 hours and 47 minutes. Damn, this is longer than the longest episode of the Political Pigpen, but just a bit shorter of my 6-hour election night special. But either way, again, thank you everyone for tuning in. Please be sure to like, subscribe, hit the bell, share this, whatever, comment below. And I will see you next week on the Political Pigpen, should you choose to watch. You should watch. And may the force be with you.